100 hectares, the community will do maximum 20 to 25 hectares. And then we use the drone technology to mimic that and then to dispatch that direct seeding for the 80 or 75 hectares.
That was just about something that ولا نقول لا أنا راني مأيد تحتهم مأيد الشقة مأيد. The drone technology that is coming as a useful tool to help compensate what the community cannot access by hand. Massive improvement.
In Bauchi State on the platform of the All Progressive Congress, Mansour Soro, who moved the motion during Tuesday's plenary, explained that on December 9, 2024, the community leader Bello Badejo was arrested in Maliya Town, Nasarawa State, by officers of the 177 Battalion of the Nigerian Army with no prior invitation or court injunction. He further stated that 1 week after Badejo is yet to be arraigned, which signifies an unlawful act by the Nigerian Army and a violation of the fundamental human rights as provided in Section 34, 35, and 36 of the 1999 Nigerian Constitution as amended. The service chiefs are to appear before the House Committees on Army, Human Rights and Justice on Thursday, the 20th of December, 2024.
Concerned that 1 week after the arrest, Alhaji Bello Badejo is yet to be arraigned before a competent court of jurisdiction as required by the extant laws of the land. The House is disturbed that the continued detention of Alhaji Bello Badejo by the officers of the Nigerian Army without formal charge is a violation of his fundamental human rights as provided for in Section 34, Section 35, and Section 36 of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, 1999, as amended. The House resolved, 1, to condemn the attempt by the officers of the 177 Battalion to take over the work of the Nigerian police and the courts in resolving disputes between Nigerian citizens. The House called on the Chief of Defense Staff and the Chief of Army Staff to order the immediate release of Ayodeji Bello Obadejo from unlawful detention and to also apologize to him for infringing on his constitutionally guaranteed fundamental human rights.
To political matters now, the Edo State House of Assembly on Tuesday passed a resolution suspending the chairman and vice chairman of the 18 local government councils of the state for 2 months. The House also mandated leaders of the legislative arms to take over leadership of their respective councils. The suspension of the council chairman and their deputies was sequel to a motion moved by the member representing Eson North East 1, Isibo Ade, and seconded by the member representing Akoko Edo 2, Donald Okogbe. Governor Monday Okpebolo had earlier written a petition to the House over the refusal of the chairman to submit financial record of their local government to the state government. The opposition People's Democratic Party in the state condemned the suspension of the local government chairman. In a statement by the Edo PDP caretaker chairman Tony Aziegbemi, the party said the chairman and their vice were not given the opportunity to defend themselves, describing the suspension as unconstitutional. The Independent National Electoral Commission has listed Sylvester Ezekwana as the authentic national chairman of the All Progressive Grand Alliance. In November, the Supreme Court affirmed him as the APGA national chairman. In an unanimous judgment, a 5-member panel led by Stephen Ada ruled that Edozie Njoku was wrong for parading himself as APGA national chairman. In November, the Supreme Court affirmed Ezio Kwenu as the APGA national chairman, and other ruled that the earlier judgment on the appeal delivered on October 14, 2021 and corrected on March 24, 2024 did not confer any enforceable rights on Njoku. Civil society organizations against gender-based abuse have called on the Lagos State government to appeal the recent judgment of the appeal court, which overturned the conviction of Femi Olaleye. Olaleye was previously sentenced to life imprisonment by a high court for molesting his wife's niece. A minor was vindicated by the appeal court, a decision that has sparked outrage. Addressing a press conference in Lagos, the CSOs urged the State Ministry of Justice and the Commissioner for Justice to escalate the case to the Supreme Court to ensure justice is served. The organizations emphasized that such rulings undermine efforts to protect minors and combat sexual abuse in the society. They also highlighted the gravity of the allegations, especially as Olaleye is reportedly out of the country following his vindication.
Allowing the acquittal of an individual once convicted of such a serious crime sends the wrong signal to potential offenders. And we believe that the pursuit of this case to the Supreme Court is essential to demonstrate that sexual violence against children will not be tolerated, is not being tolerated, and those who commit such offenses will face the full wrath of the law. We therefore respectfully urge your office, in the interest of justice, public policy, and the rule of law, to take immediate and necessary steps to appeal this decision to the Supreme Court so that the case may be thoroughly adjudicated and justice may be duly served. We firmly believe that pursuing this matter to the Supreme Court, the apex court in the land, is essential in restoring and strengthening the public trust in the justice system.
Children are the leaders of tomorrow. And with this particular report, it shows that there's little or no future left for our children. Survivors of sexual and gender-based violence are often plagued with stigma. And that is why they do not speak out. And so as the coalition of advocates, we have come to express our displeasure at this judgment giving.
If the Lagos State government, through the Office of the Attorney General, fails to appeal this judgment, it will do a dead blow, and the consequences will be so severe. What are those consequences? The masses will totally lose faith in the judiciary when it comes to issue of gender-based violence or sexual abuses that we see every day.
A Bayelsa State High Court has convicted Governor Doye Diri, Senior Special Assistant on General Duties, Prudence Ogurugu, of charges of assault. Ogurugu was arrested on February 20, 2024 for allegedly assaulting one Ubong Efyong at Ugwadama Epie in the Yenogwa local government area of Bayelsa State. The victim was said to have become unconscious after being allegedly assaulted by the governor's aide. Delivering judgment in the case on Tuesday, Justice Orukari said the prosecution proved the case of assault against the governor's aide beyond reasonable doubt. The judge, however, dismissed the 3 counts of attempted murder, saying they were not proven. Delivering his verdict, Justice Orukari sentenced him to 3 years imprisonment with the option of a 250,000 naira fine for count 1, and another 3 years imprisonment with the option of 2,000 naira fine for count 3 to run concurrently. And ahead of the 2027 general elections, the Inter-Party Advisory Council has called for increased representation of women and underrepresented groups in political offices in Nigeria. Making the call during a 3-day constitution review meeting held in Lagos State, the national chairman of IPAC says the move will ensure that no one is left unaided and no person is left behind in the onerous task of building a one-strong democracy. TV360's Comfort Samuel completes the next report.
Despite concerted efforts made by government and non-governmental organizations to increase the level of participation of women in politics in Nigeria, low participation in both elective and appointive positions still persists. This trend remains a growing concern for many Nigerians, with many advocating a review of the nation's constitution to address the issue. Speaking on the significance of the constitution review, IPAC chairman says the amendment will inspire support for women's political leadership. He also shed light on how parties can implement the Charter of Demands ahead of the 2027 general election.
Having a constitution demonstrates IPAC's commitment to democratic principles and its desire to establish a more formalized and structured organization. This is a natural step in IPAC's evolution as a democratic organization and will enhance IPAC's credibility and legitimacy both domestically and internationally.
He further urges citizens to participate in political processes and represent their interests, concerns, and aspirations in decision-making.
What we do is to start by having, in a council of 9, to have 3 women represented, and we try to ensure that that is captioned in the constitution, and to equally expand that through the management of political parties and by extension legislative offices afterwards.
The space has remained open to only people with huge resources, and that is not what it should be. In vibrant democracies, money is useful in politics. You can't do without money in politics. But when the cost of politics becomes too exorbitant for majority of the people, then that is an aberration, and we need to do something about it.
In his own contribution, the Resident Electoral Commissioner, INEC Lagos State, says collaboration between IPAC and political actors demonstrate exemplary commitments to promote and improve the electoral process in Nigeria.
All of us agree that the reign currently is not good enough for us as a nation, and that is why we're happy that the IPAC is organizing this kind of meeting, because we need the collaboration and the cooperation of the political actors and then the stakeholders in order to change this narrative. And I believe that this effort in working together with the political parties and also lobbying the National Assembly will help us to improve the ranking.
The conveners urge leaders of political parties to deepen democracy by ensuring an environment conducive for successful elections, political stability, and peaceful electoral processes in Nigeria. Comfort Samuel, TV360 News, Lagos.
The Oyo State Community and Social Development Agency on Tuesday said over 12,000 persons across the state are to benefit from its ongoing 2024 psychosocial support program. The OYCDSA President Chairman Abidin Adiaga announces during the flag-off of the project at the Alengo Community Hall, Akobo, Ibadan, in the Lagelu local government area of the state. He explained that the project was another way to give succor to the less privileged like widows, orphans and people with special needs. Adiaga emphasized that further that the program was designed by the World Bank and the state government under the Nigerian Community Action for Reliance and Economic Stimulus. Let's now move to Lagos, where the State United Opposition Political Parties has called on the judiciary to grant a speedy hearing on all litigations relating to the screening and inauguration of LASIEC nominees for the conduct of elections into all the local government areas and local council development areas. In a statement by the Executive Director, Center for Leadership and Democratic Ethics, Shola Omolola, condemned the delay by the State Assembly in screening the nominees for the Lagos State Independent Electoral Commission. He further affirmed that the list of the nominees has been submitted to the House for over 8 months, and any refusal to screen the nominees would affect local government autonomy and democracy in Lagos State.
This is evident in the deliberate refusal of the Lagos State House of Assembly under the leadership of Right Honorable Mucha Obasa to screen the nominees for the Lagos State Independent Electoral Commission, LASIEC, which list has been submitted to the House for over 8 months now or thereabout. It is no hidden agenda to truncate democracy at the local government level in Lagos State, which is a tenable factor in the long delay of screening the nominees for LASIEC. All this while, which is unnecessarily scuttling the ambitions of opposition political parties in the state to contest the local government elections. Dear Lagosians, Section 5 of the LASIEC law states categorically that elections shall be conducted into all the 20 local government and the 37 SCDAs in Lagos State, and not just the local government LGAs only, but the SCDAs must be included too. Therefore, no attempt must be made to shortchange the 37 SCDAs by conducting election into only the 20 LGAs, as we are currently hearing that is being planned by the State Assembly through a legislation. Any attempt to do this will be strongly resisted by the opposition political parties in Lagos State.
If the Lagos State House of Assembly continue to refuse to screen members that have been nominated for close to 8 years to the Lagos Independent Electoral Commission without further delay, let me tell you this: if by tomorrow, like in less than 4 months, the tenure of the incumbent chairman and the executive of the various local government expires in Lagos, any attempt to either extend their tenure by a day or nominate administrative secretary, caretaker, or whatever nomenclature you want to give it, will become a glaring fundamental violation of the ruling of the Supreme Court, which has proscribed, illegal or unelected officials as administrators of our local government in Nigeria.
Does that mean that the House of Assembly are telling us that we should go and join forces with the oppositions and cause political dismay in the state? This is not why this is not what our leader, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, represents. If this man has fought this war a long time ago and won as a president, I think the House of Assembly should take heed now.
Still in Lagos, Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu has reiterated his administration's commitment to the development of every part of the state in line with his 7-point policy document. Governor Sanwo-Olu made a statement during the commissioning of the Baba Femi Dada with the bridge and the Inca Folarin, Jamiu Lawal and Shalom Academy network of roads in the Alimosho local government area of Lagos. The governor said the commissioning of the project is another fulfillment of his administration's commitment to fostering sustainable development through the continuous provision of efficient infrastructure, as well as a testament to the ensuring partnership between government and the good people of Lagos State.
We'll go all the way to Badagry. We'll go and do Samuel Ekundayo, Aradagon, Musafejo Road, the reconstruction of Hospital Road. We'll come back to my people in Amuwo Dofin, where the very important Mumuni Adio, Nibi Town Road, the sections that we've done, we'll hand over. We'll go back to Koshofe again, and you can see that there's a plan for everybody. There's a plan and there's a purpose for everybody. We will leave no one behind. One of the fundamental needs of Lagos, which is the largest population of our citizens, is to provide adequate road infrastructure. which we believe will significantly impact not only the health of our citizens, but will improve their welfare, their social economic power, and it will enhance and improve their productivity. This is why traffic management and transportation under our team's agenda is one of our major focal points. High quality, adequate infrastructure continues to remain a critical challenge for our people, and as a government, we will continue to respond to it. Connecting Igondo and Ayobo community was a major challenge, and you can see that with this road connection, Babafemi, Dada, it will ease these two communities. You can actually see when we went to Ifakojayi, you can also see that this bridge and road that we're looking far ahead is like a valley. That community which goes towards Lasuiba Road, and this community which here will link you up to Ayobo and all the way to the road connecting to Ipaja will be on this. So this is a major artery of connection for them. But I thank the KBC and all of the earlier speakers, even in the House of Assembly, for telling us that they need more. That is the essence of government.
Now, in case you missed any of our news bulletin or for more updates, you can catch us on Limex World TV and AVO TV, or log on to our website on www.tv360nigeria.com. You can also follow us on our social media platforms on Twitter, Instagram, and YouTube at TV360 Nigeria, or download our mobile app on Google Play Store, Huawei App Gallery, and Apple Store. On Facebook, we are TV360 Online. And in the world of business, the Central Bank of Nigeria set a daily withdrawal limit of 100,000 naira per customer on point-of-sale terminals. The restriction, in line with the Apex Bank's ongoing effort to advance a cashless economy, will help address identified challenges, combat fraud, and establish uniform operational standards across the industry. The restriction was contained in a circular issued to all deposit money banks, microfinance banks, mobile money operators, and super agents. The circular orders that each agent's daily cumulative cash-out limit should not exceed 1.2 million naira. Still on business, money paid by the Nigerian government as electricity subsidies has increased to 199.64 billion naira in December 2024. That's according to data sourced from the Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission. According to the newly released report, the December 2024 multi-year tariff order, electricity subsidies rose by 2.76% to 199.64 billion naira this month from 194.26 billion naira recorded in November 2024. NERC explained that the rise in the exchange rate, which is pegged at 1,687 naira 45 kobo to the dollar, the increase in inflation to 33.9% and changes in available generation capacity necessitated a minor review. The report showed that the Nigerian government retained electricity tariffs across all customer categories. And oil prices edged higher on Wednesday as investors remain cautious ahead of an expected interest rate cut by the U.S. Federal Reserve while weighing up the potential supply impact of tighter sanctions on Russia. Brent futures rose 32 cents to $73 a barrel, while U.S. West Texas Intermediate crude climbed 32 cents to $70 a barrel. The market is watching out for clues on interest rate moves for 2025 following the Federal Open Market Committee's meeting, which ends later on Wednesday, according to analysts. And on the foreign scene, people remain trapped in a collapsed building in Vanuatu's capital Port Vila on Wednesday, a day after a 7.4 magnitude earthquake struck the Pacific nation, killing 14 people, including 2 Chinese nationals. Police Commissioner Robson Lavro said 3 people were communicating with rescue teams from beneath the rubble of one building, while 2 survivors have been pulled from the ruins of another. As aftershocks continue to retain the island nation of 330,000 people, footage posted on social media showed vehicles crushed under the debris, boulders strewn across a highway, and landslide near Port Vila's International Shipping Terminal. According to the National Disaster Management Officer report, there were 14 confirmed deaths, including 4 in one collapsed building. Still on the foreign scene, 20 Democratic legislators in the United States have urged the administration of President Joe Biden to order transfer of offensive weapons to Israel, noting that the Israeli government has not complied with the U.S. demands for more aid to enter Gaza. In a letter addressed to Secretary of State Anthony Blinken on Tuesday, the Congress members called on Washington to uphold its own laws that restrict military aid to countries that commit war crimes and block U.S.-backed humanitarian assistance. He added that the failure to act would prolong Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's war on Gaza, isolating Israel on the international stage and creating further instability in the region. And on sports, Brazil and Real Madrid forward Vinicius Jr. has been named FIFA Men's Player of the Year in Doha on Tuesday, with Spain and Barcelona midfielder Atlanta Bonmati winning the Women's Award for the 2nd year in a row. Vinicius scored 24 goals in 39 appearances across all competitions to help Real Madrid clean the La Liga and Champions League double, and he also netted in their Champions League final win over Borussia Dortmund. The Brazilian won the award ahead of Spain and Manchester City midfielder Rodri and his teammate at Real England Jude Bellingham. Still on sports, legendary Manchester United striker Teddy Sheringham has urged Ruben Amorim to raid Arsenal in order to bolster his team midfield. Amorim is currently preparing for his first transfer window as United boss. United will be able to add to their options from January 1, 2025, through to the deadline at 11 p.m. on February 3rd. Sheringham has called for his old club to make an audacious move for Declan Rice as a statement signing to kickstart the Amorim era. I don't have Super News Bulletin on News Now at this time. Many thanks for joining us. I'm Okpeyemi Owosheni. See you next time.
In the last 3 years, we have built a multi-purpose center, which is the envy of all in our constituency. And I can tell you that the people who are living there are already enjoying it.
Guy, do you think what this man just said is true? See, I seriously doubt. I'm sure it's one of those their silly lies.
Wait, do you know there's a way to find out if these things he's saying is true or not? This is the Construct app. It gives people like us a sure way to track implementation of constituency projects. It gives valid and verified information on location of projects, amounts allocated, amount funded, the level of job done, and even the profiles of concerned legislators. You and I can post directly on this app.
Are you serious?
This is the Go-To app if you want to know how our Commonwealth is being expanded by the government.
Wow. Let's even see if what this man said is true. Show me.
The Construct app is developed by Other People Nigeria with support from USAID and is available on both Google Play Store and Apple Store.
And it's true.
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
When you go into public office, you must be ready to answer to the people.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians say in this part of the world.
A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues.
da kamar ina da tare da waya ta ma za ku ta hamada saboda ni na dauka waya kuma ne kamar yanzu kamar anan sai yana cikin bidiyo na gargajiya ko ka tona hamada gurin kiwon ma babu gonakan ka babu ma maganar gonakai duk inda muke da gonakai gurin sahara ya ce gurin kiwo sahara ya ce kuma taku da kanka ma kana tafiya wallahi kana sai ka yi ni kana tafiya wani gangare in ka shiga ko ka kan ka sai ya fi da kana tona ma ba za ka kama karuwa yake ba an ce akwai ma'aikatan ma
Farmers and herders in Nigeria used to enjoy relative peace as they interacted with each other. That is no longer the case. It is estimated that between 2016 and 2018, over 3,600 lives were lost to the crisis between the two groups. In the first half of 2018, about 300,000 people became displaced for the same reason. Northwestern and North Central Nigeria have notably been the heart of this violence. But the crisis is spreading fast to other parts of the country, including the South. Several factors have been identified for the wave of bloodshed. Rapidly increasing population figures, rapidly dwindling resources, which both groups rely on. Also, the pattern of migration of the traditionally nomadic Fulani cattle rearers has been changing. This is due to rising insecurity, improvements in veterinary medicine, hostility from locals and state governments, and a bunch of environmental factors including climate change, desertification, loss of vegetation, and water scarcity. In Yobe, northeast Nigeria, the relationship between the scarcity of natural resources and increased violence is obvious. From the encroachment of the Sahara Desert to the shrinking of the Hadija Nguru wetlands.
ina magana a kan yanayin mutuwar dabbobinmu lokacin yunwa. Misali, idan rani ya ja lokaci kafin faduwar damuna, duk da faduwar damuna, ciyawa ta kan yanke.
wato matsalar da muke samu na ita kwararwa hamada mu dai faru na gama in particular daga fulani gabar da nan kenan da muke zo ne har zuwa gumsi ita ce su faru da kuma jajin bayan da dai abubuwan da kuke gani a nan yanzu a ƙasa ta kusa kan jari hamada ta riga ta cika cikin wannan lokacin ta yi nisa ta ci sosai ba mu san dai kuma abin da zai biyo baya ba amma bangaren gwamnati
the challenge of climate change and the consequences of climate change on the environment, especially when you look closely at environmental degradation and the competition for resources, in this instance specifically for land and water, has in several instances generated conflict. There is virtually no part of the northwest, not to an extent north central, and then northeast that you go to that you don't see receding water bodies, and how this is having a huge impact on the socio-economic well-being of and livelihoods of the people in those communities. And so the likelihood of migration from the core northern states into some parts of southern Nigeria is something that is real.
Zakari, a village in Yusufari, northern Yobe State, lies on the fringes of the Sahara Desert. About 50 years ago, it was like any other arid northeast Nigerian community, with decent vegetation, a smooth road network, sun-baked mud buildings, and a great many people who had lived there for generations. Now it is just miles and miles of sand dunes. Desert encroachment has pushed out the majority of the residents, many of them herders. Malam Musa is one of many herders in Gaidam who have now resettled in the Song area of Adamawa.
Sani wanda ya yi sanadiyan barin su yankin nan?
Akwai.
Na je kai kaman gidaje na ko rugaje na ko mutane nawa za ka gaba kayyana?
Kai kamar 100.
Wato wanda suka bar nan wajen.
Take kaɗan ɗin.
A sanadiyan wannan. To ya kuke fama da baki?
Around January, February, you hardly see anything in the place that an animal will browse or take as a food. And there's no water even to drink. So this is one of the factors that will make them to come southwards. If they move southwards for water and for grazing the dry grasses. Definitely the desert encroachment is one of the factors that is concentrating the animal into a place and making the clashes between farmers and herders more frequent. More often. Had it been that in the area that is encroached by desert, there is grasses and water for them to, they may not be there. They will not have to move. They will not have to move. But now it's necessary that they must come southward as the dry season is approaching. They must come southward in search of little pasture and drinking water. While during the rainy season approach, they go north. Since there may be water and little grasses for them to graze.
The problem with desert encroachment is not going to stop anytime soon. According to one estimate, the sand dunes shift towards the south at a rate of 30 hectares each year, putting 11 states in northern Nigeria at risk of desertification. More cattle rearers in these places are moving elsewhere due to the combination of factors: insecurity, drought, desertification, and the need for water.
Saboda ruwan kowa ya ji fadama bai sha ruwa ba, gashi kuma ga gurare gonaki ko ina fili ya kare ba gurin kiwo yau to shi ne makayayan da suka zo ga lamirin mu anan mun yi da mu da su akan mu kore su. muka yi mu kore su abun ya gagare mu muka gaya wa lawanin mu shi ma ya yi dan abun da bakin kokarin sa abun ya gagari mun gaya wa hakimi ma duk kowa ya san da baki kuma bakin nan ba daga wani guri suke ba daga jiga.
The migration of herders to new places tends to lead to clashes or aggravate existing conflicts because of competition over insufficient land and water resources.
Ina tafiya suna tare ni da kibiya suna jifa na ni ina so in tafi gurin yaran can su kuma suna gefen nan gefen kudu haka su yaran suna gabar ni ina tafiya gun su gabar su kuma suna gefe na
yaran da suke aikin
shinkafa
kai kana so ka iso wajen su
su kuma wannan
shan makiyaya kuma sai suka zargu
a cikin gona
sai suka zargu suka fara harbi
sai suka kama harbi suna harbi na suna jifa ni ban sani ba ma ni da na gani haka dai ina gani suna yin haka dai da abin su suna jifa amma kibiyan bai zo ya same ni ba ban gani ba ma ashe wai su harbi suke sai na fasa tafiya gun yaran sai na tafi gun yaran fulani din to ina tafiya ɗayan yana yin harbinsa ashe kibiyarsa ya ƙare da ya gani na kusa zuwa gunsa sai dan uwansa sai ya jefa masa addansa shi wani yana da kibiya shi zai gudu kenan sai ya jefa wannan da ba zai gudu ba sai ya jefa masa adda kawai yaron nan kawai sai ya tafi da gudu sai ya fita da gudu ya zo ya same ni ya doka mu
adda?
da itace a hannuna na ɗauka na masu buge shinkafa ya yanke itacen kuma ya yanke hannu hannun yanzu haka babu yanzu fakin ne aka ce za a yi ba zai zama hannu ba
shi ne wannan kibiya ɗan kibiyan kenan?
shi lokacin da ya tsare da adda na faɗi
kamar shekara 5 a bangaren noma din gaskiya ba mu da matsala da su amma daga shekara 2 zuwa 3 din abubuwan suka ƙara lalacewa
kuma karanci ruwa shi ya kawo inda ruwan ya zo an zuba da shinkafa wani guri ya hau wani guri bai hau ba to dalilin wannan su ne dama wanda fulani suka samu rashin ruwan shi ya kawo su suka shiga ka zauna kuma abinda sauran shinkawan masu ma rashin kiyawa da me da suka shiga shinkawa mutane suna ci an hana su abin muhimmi da ya fi karfi mu gaskiya mu na maguru.
In Nguru, about 100 kilometers west of Yusufari, is a section of the Hadija Nguru wetlands. For many years, the waterlogged fields and rivers in the area have sustained the livelihoods of millions of farmers, herders, and fishermen. But the water is starting to recede. Harvests, especially for rice farmers, have dropped significantly in the past year. They are also facing more problems from herders, whose cattle graze on the farms closer to town before harvest is done.
To gaskiya wannan dai inda dai da ruwan dai hakan duk ba za ta faru da yawa ba da rashin ruwan ma kuma da ta'adin da fulani ne duk dai ba wanda ya ce ba kowa ya taka rawa ciki gaskiya ne.
yanzu a ganin ka me kake gani ya kamata a yi wanda zai iya makilci wannan abun ita buɗewar ne ko kuma
an da an buɗe ruwa din za a iya samun saukin kan abin
hanyar ruwa idan ta riga ta gyaru zaman lafiya tsakanin tunda daɗin ruwa yana zama ba wani matsala tsakanin da can asali din da ruwa yana zaune muna zaune da ruwa daga baya kuma ruwan ya yi karanci zuwa yanzu shekara kamar 12 da akwai ruwa baya amma zuwa
koranta za su yi sosai ba sa ɗaukan sa kamar ni muhimmanci
ba gona biyu haka aka ce gona biyu aka ce kowanne a baya ina samun 30 gona biyu ina samun 60 babu ɗaya kwano ɗaya ban samu kuma na yi yunkuri na ji na gaya ciyama
To our own understanding, the major problems is the absence of coming of the water. That are the reason why we fail to get what we have.
Lack of water.
That all affected the land. We have only source of water. If that source bring us water, the whole area farming well and organized. And then if there is no water from that only center we have it, we all lost. And what we understand now, the farmers at Onguru, they have already failed. 70% of our farmers have nothing to farm.
90%.
Have 20% get only rice that have been eaten in their house. And then 10% are those that are gain something from the farming. And even me, I've tried to farm more than 1,000 to 2,000 rice. And my chairman more than 20,000. And the secretary will do more than 25,000 because of he's richer than us. But now, even I don't have even 10 bucks. I'm farming more than 1,000 and I don't have even 10 bucks.
Okay, kana ka da ka dauka
babu sun cinye ne yayi kuma ruwa bai shiga ba
some footprints of the cows or plants that they've eaten.
Akwai da zamu iya ganin zamu iya daukan hoton
da ta mutu a cikin su
ba kada mu na uku kada na ba sai ya ga mu gaba da wannan
The major problem is lack of water. And then the second problem is the coming of the Fulani from somewhere else. And then that Fulani comes because of the absence of water.
Three factors have been identified for the water problem: the proliferation of the invasive taifa grass, the construction of dams along water roads supplying the wetlands, such as the Tiga Dam in Kano, and droughts. One other reason for the increased clashes between farmers and herders in Nigeria is the encroachment of grazing roads, reserved for use by pastoralists, by northern lawmakers during the First Republic. These grazing roads and reserves are now being converted into farmlands and other structures. This makes it difficult for herders to move about freely without trespassing, and has repeatedly been used as an excuse.
Burtali nan da abin da ya kama daga nan har zuwa Sudan akwai burtali, amma su wayansu manoma duk sun je sun tattare sun je sun yi shuke da sauransu. Shi yasa su Fulani kai musu magana da wannan suke laɓewa. An kashe burtali da sauransu. Kuma hakikanin gaskiya yawancin tashin hankali da muke samu a nan akan harkar manoma da makiyaya yawanci duka ba makiyaya namu na nan bane, daga wani guri ne suke zuwa. In suka zo kuma ba sa tsoron ɓannatar da kayan mutane, kuma ba sa tsoron faɗa.
Even though the Nigerian government has kick-started attempts to revisit the grazing roads, experts say this is not the long-lasting solution. that is needed.
The era of open grazing, in my honest opinion, is over. Yes, as a temporary measure and to allow for a de-escalation of the current situation that we're in, there may be a need to allow some form of movement, but that movement should be generated towards encouraging ranching and encouraging some more other sophisticated type of livestock rearing.
Unless when this is modernized, this problem of movement from one place to the other, or maybe to get sufficient either meat or milk and cater for the country is being modernized, I don't think we can achieve this our target. One of the problems, as I told you earlier, is that those people that are handling the animals refuse to go to school. They must be educated before they have that thinking that you are saying. Those people that are illiterate, they knew nothing apart from the cattle. If you want them to improve what they are doing, how are you going to incorporate that knowledge into their own thinking? It's very difficult. And another problem to my own seeing is that government also is not paying much attention to the cattle rearers. You can hear programs, fertilizer, and what again? Seed. Most of the government programs are targeted towards crop cultivation. You can hardly come across any program that is targeted towards the cattle rearers. You can even hear about the states that are banning open grazing.
mu masu karamin karfi ne abinda muke da shi ga daren mun tattara mun je mun zubar a jeji domin wannan in ya fito a shi da mu samu da mu ci mu taimaka yan uwa mu marayu ne to amma babu an riga an cinye yanzu haka nan haka sidda yanzu haka nan da 500 da samu a cikin kwarin.
Right in the middle of this forest in southwest Ogun State and inside the buildings below, a young generation of farmers in Nigeria is changing the face of farming and attracting young people to a venture many of them had not always liked. And 36-year-old Peter Okocha Jr., or PJ as he's fondly called, is leading the change. An economist by training before branching off into farming, PJ and his team are deploying a unique method of farming known as aeroponics to grow cash crops, starting out here in August of 2017.
What's taking place is that you're seeing agricultural technology. It's a disruptive form of technology. It's called aeroponics, whereby the plants are grown in a soilless medium. Essentially, there's no soil, and the roots of the plants, which are underneath these boxes, are being misted with nutrients and so forth. So everything is within a controlled environment, and it's fully automated as well.
Their focal crop is yam, a very popular edible starchy tuber mainly cultivated in Africa and exported across the world.
The yam subsector of the overall agricultural sector, it's a very lucrative sector. But the problem is that the requisite inputs haven't been applied. And so what we're doing in this program is saying that, okay, we know that there's a sector that currently has a value, according to the Food and Agricultural Organization based in Rome, of about $13 billion US. But with the requisite inputs, the yam subsector will grow from $13 billion to about $19 billion. And this is Nigeria alone. So what we've said is that, okay, we know also that Nigeria accounts for 60% of the global production of yam, but yet we don't have inputs such as seed. And as you know, seeds, or the lab and the seed essentially is the genesis of the agricultural sector. So what we're doing is that in conjunction with IITA, we get clean seeds, essentially from IITA, from the lab, and then we come and we transplant to the system here.
The system is a greenhouse where the yam seeds are grown in this row of boxes using aeroponics, more like growing yams in the air. Now just take a look at these leaves. Every leaf you see here is a potential tuber of yam. So to get a sense of how many tubers of yam we have here, you just have to do a count of all the leaves we have here. It's something very massive.
We have about 10 boxes, and in those boxes, all fully automated aeroponic systems, and it leads to high propagation of plants. And so we're actually massively propagating, and it will continue like this for a 3-year period of just continuous growth, non-stop. After the propagation, what you'll see is that it will essentially form a canopy, very bush-like and so forth. And from there, we'll start vine cutting. And from the vine cutting, we'll cut these, we'll put them into essentially polyethylene bags and with a nutrient solution, and they'll stay in there for about a month. And essentially what it is that because this is in a controlled environment, we're taking them out and saying, okay, we're preparing you for a month to get used to the external elements, and they'll be there for a month, and then we eventually take them to the field.
This is the field where they are brought and planted into the soil so the seeds could develop fully.
These right now currently have been here for about 3 weeks, and we're still planting now, and they'll be here for a total of about 3 months. And after about 3 months, we'll get seeds of about 250 to about 500 grams. And those are the seeds that we'll provide to farmers. And farmers can then go and plant directly, and it will give them the ware yam sizes of 1 kg, 2 kg and above.
One of the smallholder farmers who's been using the yam seeds from the aeroponics farm is Awofe Ademola. He's been into traditional yam farming all his adult life and says the yam seeds from the aeroponics farm have seen his output more than double and safe from pests.
There's a lot of difference between the two methods because the new method doesn't get infected by pests and it doesn't change color like the traditional planted yams. It will remain fresh as it is wherever it is kept. Their yam when harvested is almost 3 times or 4 times more than ours. When we plant one of our own seed yam, it equates to 4 of theirs.
Habibat Umar is the only female in the group. She's one of those overseeing the day-to-day running of the smart farm. She says she's fascinated by the whole idea of it.
One of the things that fascinates me most is the fact that we can go all year round producing food. More like you can cheat God's creation and having to depend on the rain and all. And everybody wants to eat all the time. You don't want to wait for when the rain is here. And so the fact that we can provide the food all year round, it's everything to me.
Even though all may seem fine, PJ and his team are battling familiar challenges to keep their operations running.
More attention needs to be given to the sector. There needs to be more financing put in place. We need to have adequate land laws in place and to ensure that we can optimize all the arable land that we have and so forth. There needs to be insurance. We need to have better road networks. Power is a major impediment as well. Essentially we have our own solar system, as well as the fact that we also have a generator as well for backup. So power cost is also a major impediment as well. So all of these things, if you can put all these things in place, then the sector will boom for sure.
PJ and his team are setting themselves up as role models for young people. In a country where youth unemployment is high, they are hoping to inspire many within their age bracket to take to their kind of farming technique.
We need women to even join this chain, because this is not all about... This is, we've gone past the stage of waiting for men doing it. So why wouldn't I want to be part of it? Like, let people say, oh, she's a woman, she's doing it. Do you understand? So women have to join this chain.
My message for the youth is saying that, listen, with the use of technology and disruptive methods such as this, essentially you can run your farm on your laptop, on your computer and so forth and everything. I mean, it's all automated. So essentially this makes agriculture cool. It makes agriculture sexy. I mean, you have the technological components to it and so forth and everything. So it's not just the conventional, back-breaking work in the field and so forth and everything like that. There are also these components as well that will make it appealing to the youth. So I say, listen, join me. We have a nation to feed and we have a nation to grow as well.
Good day, viewers. Welcome once again to your favorite program, our favorite program, The Conversation, coming to you from TV360 here in Lagos, Nigeria. My name is Nelson Ekujumi, and I have here with me in the studio Richard Adeyinka, the CEO of Data Home Research Limited. Richie, you're welcome to the program.
Thank you. Good to return after some episodes.
I know you are in the upbeat because your team won over the weekend.
Yes, so Manchester United is the darling of the world.
Well, don't forget, we have a record that nobody has matched even till now.
The record that has not fetched Champions League is no record.
Okay. Thank you very much. That was on the lighter note. Yeah, thank you for joining us. Yes, like we all know, The Conversation is a topical issues program that looks at issues within Nigeria and in the diaspora. On top of the bill today, we are going to look at the Afe Babalola versus Dele Farutimi case in court now. There's been this news making the rounds out there that Dele Farutimi is being persecuted. And for me, I said, no. This is a country governed by laws. Yes. And under our law, just like anywhere in the world, the right to be aggrieved is inherent in any human being. And when you are aggrieved, what you should do within the civilized conduct, it has also been stipulated. Dele Farutimi wrote a book titled Nigeria's...
pamphlet.
A pamphlet. Somebody said
65 pages.
Okay. That's not a book. So he titled it Nigeria's Criminal Justice System, and he alleged that Chief Afe Babalola corrupted the judiciary. And for me, where I found the pamphlet, like you said, intriguing the most is that he also alleged that in procuring a warrant to execute the judgment, that Chief Afe Babalola doctored that judgment, which is a criminal offense
in itself.
So when people are saying that book, that pamphlet is not only about defamation, it's also about a criminal aspect of our law.
See, it's so unfortunate the kind of society we have turned out. See, remove sentiment. Let's talk about morality, what is normal, what is not normal, what is ethical, what is not ethical. The fact that the book was self-published, I don't want to refer to it as a book, but that is no book, shows that the man intentionally, he had a mission to tear down
the image
of
and the name
his perceived enemy. Now, you were not part of the case at all.
From the High Court to the Court of Appeal to the Supreme Court. It was not a party.
It was not. The report did not recognize, did not mention the law report that captured the case. Did not nowhere that Dele Farotimi came into the picture. It was
so how did it come about?
Didn't know.
Afe Babalola corrupted
at the Supreme Court. It was even at the Supreme Court that Afe Babalola chamber
came into the picture.
Now, at what point the FRA Williams chamber did not allege
corruption against the other?
Yes. How come you that did not appear, that was not in the picture, all true, suddenly you are alleging that something happened? I do not know in my life how somebody be so bold to tarnish the image. Someone forget. See, I am not here to tell you judiciary is not corrupt.
Of course,
judiciary is corrupt.
Yes,
that is not.
That's an issue for another day. But when you allege a person, to have corrupted certain individuals,
that means on the basis of that case,
that means you have the facts.
That means you have the facts. So everybody, every right-thinking person should ask you to produce evidence to back up. The pamphlet is not the evidence
at all.
It is
he has not said anything in there.
It is the vehicle for that act itself of defaming the image of Chief Babalola
and the Supreme Court.
Yes. So you must now be called to present the evidence that you have, not to. As a matter of fact, his supporters, what they are holding on is the fact that they don't want him, they abducted him, they kidnapped him, they did this, they did that. That is not, for me, that is even immaterial. What we are talking about is, you said Chief Afe Babalola corrupted the judiciary. No problem. Produce that evidence. And you also mentioned some
other names, yes.
And who have now reason to
Richie,
charge him
you know,
to
for
court.
me, when the news broke, knowing Dele Farotimi, having watched several of his interviews, I was like, I'm not surprised.
Yes.
You know, that was what they did during NSAS.
Yeah.
Where they claimed the army killed 76 persons at Lekki toll gates. Later, it reduced to 43. It became 12. They kept changing the narrative. And as we speak, I was at that panel for 1 year. I can tell you for free. Not an iota of evidence was brought about a person, one life, to substantiate that the army killed one life.
Now,
not one. I challenge them. This is 4 years after.
Now, okay, let me play the devil's advocate. Let me say, yes, people were killed. But you must produce evidence to show that people die. That is what even Bible enjoins us to do as a Christian.
There was even a case of a particular individual whom they brought. His name is Nathaniel Abuta. No, his name is Solomon Abuta. He said his junior brother Nathaniel Abuta was killed. When he came to the panel, he was asked by the counsel on the other side that this picture you have brought of somebody lying in a pool of blood, you say you claim is your brother. That when you submitted your petition, did this incident just happen or it had happened a long time? He said it just happened. He said, then why didn't you submit this with it? It was like he didn't know that. The lawyer now said, okay, no problem. The lawyer now said, this body that is lying down in a pool of blood, this spot, where is it? Solomon Abuta said, that is inside the toll booth. The lawyer now said, but you can see that there are grasses around him, and you know the toll booth is cemented. Yes, there's no grass there. It's a concrete floor. Oh, he said no, back of Oriental Hotels. He changed his story. The lawyer now said, okay, no problem, back of Oriental Hotels. Okay. Do you have police report? He said no. Do you have death certificate? He said no. Do you have mortuary receipt? He said no. Do you have burial ground certificate receipt? He said no. For crying out loud.
See, I tell, social media is really misleading. It creates false impression, even about people that are making allegations. And if you have seen our issues in Nigeria over time, many people have become victims of defamation, character assassination.
Yeah. I, Nestle, could you be sitting down before you? My name was maligned by somebody who sat at a press conference with Dele Farotimi and later Adesina Ogunlana, where they made allegations just because I stood my ground that those stories about killings by the army in Lekki Tollgate was false. They made allegations against me that I was one of those that was recruited by the government to attack NSAS protesters. They even called me names. But when I wanted to take it to court, I realized that the person that made that allegation, the young man is by name Wiseman Ajayi. He was the gubernatorial candidate of Omoyele Showore's party in the last Ondo State election. He has no address. He has no means of livelihood. So they purposely set that guy up to because they know we won't be able to track him
and we should not just join the bandwagon to the extent that when somebody just make allegation, we just believe and say we should be able to ask the person that do you have evidence to back up what you are saying.
We must even remind our people about the Alu 4.
The Alu 4, yes, in Port Harcourt. So we should not. We are creating a bad society for ourselves, for our children, if all we do is we give some people the latitude to just raise allegations, say anything, tear down people's image, reputation,
tear down the country as well.
Over time. No, that is not what we call activism.
At all. No. Activism is not anarchism.
At all. It's not. It doesn't mean that you should bring down someone or conjure something in your head as your perceived enemy.
And
then you begin to make allegations.
You know the painful thing for me is that educated minds will tell you that, oh, he has said the truth, they are persecuted. I said,
no, if we ask now that, bring out that truth, bring evidence out. You know, the reason why he self-published that pamphlet is because if he had gone through the normal channel,
no, they said nobody, all the publishers refuse to
they will. That's like a monograph. What is everybody is calling a book, just like a monograph. And then the editors will query all what he alleged.
Of course, he must be able to substantiate.
And they will ask him, or else they will strike out
those aspects. Yes.
You know, but because you do not want to submit yourself to rational thinking, you think everybody, once you raise it and it goes on social media, he has a YouTube channel, and you can allege anything on YouTube, and then you have people that will support you and join you. No. Everybody. See, let's see how long Chief Babalola has come. How long he has come. When he started 1963 practicing law and all that. I read a book of Who is Who that was published in 1990. Chief Babalola did not feature. That's like 30-something years ago.
Yes,
did not feature among Who is Who
in Nigeria.
At that time. That's almost 30 years that he's been working. And now gradually, he has built that name. He didn't relent.
The name is a global brand.
Now you want to tear down. I'm not saying he is a saint.
Of course,
and I'm
no.
sure he will not tell anybody that he is a saint.
No, saint resides.
However, on this judgment that you are alleging,
on this matter,
that you did not even participate in, it beggars belief and it abuses sensibility that any right-thinking person will listen to Dele Farotimi and say Dele Farotimi is telling the truth. Whose truth?
I wonder.
Whose truth? Now, Chief Abed Balola practiced in the days of Alao Akabaso.
Yes.
The radical lawyers, the Komi Ochobu, the Femi Falana, Gani Fawemi and co.
Yes.
Are you saying that he was corrupting the judiciary while those people were alive and they never talked?
And they didn't talk.
You are the only lawyers. I mean, you are the only lawyer who can raise or who discover the only Mongo Park. The Mongo Park who discovered the River Niger in the judiciary. To immediately you are alleging. Now, if they ask you, provide evidence, you are saying your supporters are saying they kidnapped you, they did this, they did that. Did they anchor out of your chamber the video that we saw?
It now.
Did they carry you?
Yes, you walk with beside them.
Lawyers can disagree on whatever they say. However, any one of us can become victim tomorrow of social media mob.
Yes.
Somebody will say
cyberbullying,
and others will just chorus it and take it as the truth. No, many people have become victims of character assassination in this country.
Absolutely. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we'll go on a short break. We'll be right back. Please continue to watch the conversation coming to you from TV360 here in Lagos, Nigeria. We'll be right back. Yes, welcome back. You are watching the conversation coming to you from TV360 here in Lagos, Nigeria. My name remains Nesina Kudimana. I see with me in the studio, Richard Adeyinka Emmanuel, the CEO, Data Home Research Limited. Baba Richie, thank you very much for
my pleasure
for keeping us company today.
Good to be here.
On this second stanza of the program, we are going to look at there's a new development in town. Just a few days ago, the Economic Community of West African States announced that Niger, Mali, and Burkina Faso, come January, will no longer be member countries of ECOWAS. That they are pulling out of ECOWAS. But the Economic Community of West African States has given them 6 months of grace to reconsider their position. And we have also been made aware that the mediatory efforts of His Excellencies, President Diomaye Faye of Senegal and Eyadema of Togo, Fourier Eyadema of Togo, that those mediation efforts did not yield the necessary fruit. And even the leadership provided by the chairperson of ECOWAS, that's President Bola Ahmed Tinubu of Nigeria, to ensure that these three recalcitrant countries return to ECOWAS has not yielded the necessary fruits. Well, we all know very well that the reason why these three countries are pulling out of ECOWAS is because they don't want ECOWAS to put pressure on them to return to democratic rule. Because these are countries that ran into stormy waters with the Economic Community of West African States because of the military interventions in this country, which the principle of ECOWAS totally abhors. And because of the fact that ECOWAS has made it mandatory that our relationship with you will not be fully sustained if you don't return to democratic rule. These countries, led by these present pushists, want to be on their own.
Yes.
And you and I know for free that this decision by these three countries portends grave economic, security, political, and every negative disadvantage for the West African countries. Because for one, it means that they will not be on the same page with other West African neighbors with regards to providing. They will become like what Yoruba say that Alagba Lanu and Ogiri Lanu.
For the enemies to
come in. So it's a big problem for us. Then you also look at the benefits that would have accrued to their country by being members of ECOWAS. For example, as a Nigerian, I can decide to go to Niger, Mali, and Burkina Faso and stay within the mandate 3 days allowed by ECOWAS without a visa.
Yeah.
Now it will no longer be applicable. The same with Niger. Then you look at the economic benefits and other benefits they derive from ECOWAS over the years. How are they going to redeem maybe their outstanding?
They are outstanding in terms of
what they are supposed to bring back in. And also you look at the trade benefits.
See, I think ECOWAS shot itself on the foot in the sense that as far back as almost 10 years now, one professor was writing about the problem, the challenges of African Union, and why. And one of the problems is that if you look at it, what is the trade volume between Nigeria and Burkina Faso? What is the trade volume between Nigeria and Niger? What is the trade volume between Nigeria?
But it's not between. It's not a matter between Nigeria and these three countries. It's a West African problem. It's an African problem.
It is a problem.
Yes.
So when people begin to see, in the case of Mali, Burkina Faso, yes, they are selfish in the sense that they want military to continue. So, and ECOWAS won't agree.
Yes.
So, and one of us, the other excuse is the fact that ECOWAS is too close to comfort with France and all that. So, but if we remove that, we begin to ask ourselves as individual citizens that, what have we benefited? You talk about traveling to other West African countries.
Yeah.
What is the benefit? If you travel, how many of their citizens come here or go to other places?
I think that answer will be given if we investigate.
Yes, we have to.
But we have a lot of transborder trade.
Only what we've been able to say over time is the fact that only African leaders are united or have cooperation within themselves. The citizens don't have that sense yet with them. So everybody single currency that we've been able to. Africa has not been able to do anything,
and because of the international
interference. It has international interference. Yes. However, you just must be able to stand your ground in a situation whereby Nigeria wants to be with
but Richard,
we are using dollars.
Richard, but you and I know for free that even though these countries are members of AU, African Union, and ECOWAS, they are independent countries.
They are.
So if we have decided, okay, if we decide that let us have a single currency, in order for us to transact business, easily, and those countries, maybe because of pressures from wherever, I don't know,
their own partners.
If they decide that no, let us. That shouldn't be a problem.
See, this is what should have benefited West African countries most is the fact that if Nigeria, we have been importing refined products.
Now we are from Nigeria we are moving from Nigeria to Cameroon.
Yes, but we know the trade volume in terms of petrol from Malta, for instance.
Yeah.
How? We have other West African countries that we can import from. Even we can go do business with Angola, bring fuel from there, if we have a single currency for Africa, for instance, it would have aided trade. Trade volume would have increased. So until African people begin to see the benefit of ECOWAS itself, I don't think ECOWAS is even evaluating its own image among the individual citizens across the countries that make it up. You must be able to, what are they thinking about you? How should you strengthen, not that when leaders sit together, whether they, of course, the individual leaders don't ask their citizens that I want to go to ECOWAS, what should I do there?
But Richard, we must not run away from the fact that if, as Africans, we have not been speaking with one voice in the past, that gradually we are seeing African leaders show leadership these days that tends towards the cohesion of the black people. For example, you remember under former President Muhammadu Buhari, there was this road that would have linked from, Katsina to
is it Maradi or something?
To somewhere in Niger.
Yes.
You have seen President Bola Ahmed Tinubu now talk about the Lagos Sokoto highway. You have seen the Lagos. There's this road that will link Lagos, Benin Republic to Ghana, the highway. Even though we are handling our own part of the road now. So will
others do their own?
No, you see, the fingers are not equal. Don't forget, we are more endowed than all these other countries.
Yes.
So if we take the initiative to start it, their own counterpart funding. Don't forget, the question of the African trade and the economy is what the AfTA, that's the African Continental Free Trade Association, is all about. To coerce African business.
How well has it done?
No, it has just started. But the education, the enlightenment is good, because a lot of these African countries, even if you want to integrate trade-wise, there will be more. You look at Nigeria, for example. Nigeria took a lot of time before she could sign, because the government of Nigeria was afraid of compromising the local industries.
Yes.
But we are now know that in our elementary economics, we are taught the economics of scale. Those things that you are more endowed in, you produce. The other man take what you don't have, you take from the other person.
That is it.
So
complement
yes. So I believe strongly that the withdrawal of these countries from ECOWAS will do more harm to us, than good.
Especially Niger, because Niger is part of for our
the security
task force,
joint
military task force. Niger was a strong member.
Even Mali.
And the countries that even formed that joint military task force. And they did so well in helping us to decimate and reduce the threat of Boko Haram. So Niger really played a significant role. But not being part of ECOWAS now, I don't know the extent to which that will affect its involvement in the joint task force. But it helped us. It will be unfortunate if Niger also pulls out of that joint task force.
No, ordinarily, if they are no that military pact or military solidarity was a brainchild of the ECOWAS.
Perhaps, yes, it is possible.
Yes, but because you know that the threat of terrorism came from the Sahel, Mali, Burkina Faso. Yes, and moved down. So if these three countries, ordinarily, if they are having problems with security, they can table it at the ECOWAS head of states,
and then they can
now look for a way to assist one another.
Well, in a nutshell, ECOWAS should re-strategize and ensure that they continue to appeal to members, they continue to give members sense of belonging that will make people to say, I must be part of it. They must give reason for people, for countries to want to remain.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is where we want to call it a wrap on the conversation. We've had a very beautiful conversation on the two topical issues. I think we'll come away again next time. Please continue to watch the conversation coming to you from TV360 here in Lagos, Nigeria. Have a great day and bye-bye.
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
Because when you go into public office, you must be ready to answer to the people.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts, and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians have said in this part of the world.
A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues.
Well, I didn't know on time because I only knew that she found it difficult to read, and even when she started school, although I thought I was part of the reasons why she could not catch up with her mates, because I was actually I move around a lot. So when I moved, she has to change school. So I was thinking maybe that was the problem. But I actually found out later that even when I got her good teachers, the normal set of school teachers, I found out that she still finds it difficult. She's actually brilliant, very, very brilliant. But when it comes to book, she finds it difficult to read.
My name is Mrs. Uchenna Ahanotu, the director of Nene Special Education Center. I'm an educational psychologist, currently pursuing my doctorate degree in educational psychology from Imo State University. My dream had been always to help students to excel in their academics. So my dream had always been for gifted students. But then I now started coming across children with learning disabilities, and I found out that they were not getting the support they need. So I was helping them in my little way, one-on-one, until it now came to my doorpost. I got reports from the school that my daughter will be repeating class, primary 1. I was like, why? And they said she's not meeting up. This is a girl that is normally intelligent. You know she knows everything, but they said she couldn't read. So as an educational psychologist, I now had to go back to my books because I had packed my books. I went back to my books to study, and I found out that there is something called dyslexia, and not just dyslexia, there were other neurological disorders. There was autism, there was ADHD, there was all those cerebral palsy. All of them are linked together. So that was how I started focusing on children with learning disabilities. I was going from school to help them, but then 2 times a week, 2 hours a day is not enough. It wasn't giving us the results we wanted. So we now had to open the center, and I told the parents, if you want an intensive program for your child, you could enroll him or her here. When she has developed to a certain stage, she can now go back to mainstream school. That was how Learning Center started.
High five. A sound. B sound. C sound.
The thing is, when a child is not performing well in school, and you know you have tried all you can, you've given the necessary intervention, lesson teacher, good books and all that, and she's still performing low, I think it's time to diagnose her. As a psychologist, we diagnose, when a child comes to our center, we diagnose the child first to know the specific area of challenge. And that's why we're able to now diagnose, say this is dyslexia, this is dyscalculia, this is ADHD, this is autism, it can become comorbid with speech delay, whatever it is. So diagnosis is what we do first. When we diagnose, we can now draw up an education plan for the child. All our children have their own education plan because a child with dyslexia is not at the same pace with another child with dyslexia. So we do one-on-one therapy, we do one-on-one teaching for them, meeting them at their various points of need, and then they come up. So that's basically the strategy, identifying the specific disadvantage and then tackling it individually, not as a class. My staff and I, we go for professional training. We go for courses mainly online.
Okay, this is actually a timer. This is a timer we use for their section. So each section for a child, because of children with autism, most time they are diagnosed with ADHD, that's attention deficit hyperactive disorder. So it's difficult for you to treat them in a normal class and take a long time with them. So we time our sections with them. For each section for a child, we have 15 minutes. So I put on my timer for 15 minutes. So I know that at the end of 15 minutes, the child knows he's done. You see them standing up sometimes because they're like, just want to get up and leave. So it helps us to time them and get the best results. Challenges. Well, sometimes I want them to, like, you're teaching the child something, other child you can easily pick up, but you have to keep consistently going over it day by day and all, and it's like same as if you're not getting a result. Or when you're trying to keep kids with ADHD, getting them to sit still while you're teaching them, it's can be very, very tasking. And also, sometimes they just don't want to learn. It's sometimes like that. She has improved a lot compared to what she was then, because she was having low self-esteem, and then, but here they kind of, brought our confidence up. Our confidence level is a lot high, and even if you are not careful, you won't even know that she has that condition again. So I'm actually happy with my experience with Nene Special Center.
Well, it's been quite encouraging. It's been good. It's been a lovely experience. Jaden, my son, couldn't do some things not until he started with the speech school. He couldn't feed himself. He couldn't identify letters. He couldn't identify numbers, but his hearing was perfectly well, and he's still fine. He hears very, very well, but he couldn't identify some things. But right now, he can identify, he can make sounds, and the rest of them. So I'm impressed. Before, she won't even try to pronounce, as in, if the word is difficult, she just jumps it to the next word. But now she's trying to, and then she has improved in her reading. She has improved in her self-esteem. I don't know, psychologically, she has improved.
We started last year, 2022, with the few students I had. So this year we plan to go more social media and then reach out to schools, primary schools in particular, to inform the headmistresses, the proprietors, that there is a diagnostic center where they can diagnose a child's learning challenge, because most of them are harbored in these schools, but the teachers are confused. They just think maybe the child doesn't want to read. So we want to tell them there's a center where they can diagnose the child's disability, and then we can also help them to tackle the challenge. So our aim is just the proprietors, and then through social media, we reach out to parents that are worried about their child's development.
I want to ask every parent that when you observe that kind of situation with your child, you should seek. Don't just assume, because some secular schools, they don't really look out for these conditions in children. They just assume that the child is poor or the child is dull. They don't have provision for that in most schools. So, and then such child will have low self-esteem, and it will look like they cannot do anything, or they look inferior to their peers.
Clap for yourself, clap for yourself.
As I said, we started exactly May last year. So this is just 1 year, and we have had a total of 12 kids, about 12, 13 kids. And some of them are still on now.
Well, I must say it has been an amazing one. It has really been amazing. I get to meet wonderful kids every day. Yes, I see them and I'm like, God, these kids are just wonderful, because the world might not see them in that way, but meeting them every day has been like a blessing to me. Being able to interact with kids
It has been great.
My advice to parents that they should find out and keep a close eye on their child. Try to find out about their disabilities earlier in life so that it will reduce the amount of time that we have to teach them.
Early detection matters. If your child is delaying, just come and find out if it's disorder or delay. We will tell you. If it's delay, we'll just tell you to go. With time, he will talk. But if it's disorder, you have to start immediately to intervene to help the child. Please find a good learning environment for your child. Find a center that understands their challenge and they'll be able to tackle their challenge with the right resources and with the right frame of mind. It's not a flogging issue. They need all the love and care they can get, and they also need the professional touch to get them out of where they are.
It's arguably the most important slave trade era monument in Badagry. The point of no return is a huge draw for tourists visiting the coastal town. Most of the enslaved Africans or Nigerians who were traded during the transatlantic slave trade era were loaded onto ships from this port and taken to different parts of the world. For many tourists, the point of no return has some spiritual connection, and that is why it's a must-see for any tourist visiting Badagry. But the place is in total shambles and looks completely abandoned. Locals say the Lagos state government began rebuilding the monument some 8 years ago, but never completed it. And now it's been abandoned. The whole structure is rotting away and collapsing. Virtually all the smaller structures around the point of no return have collapsed. There is no inscription or write-up anywhere around telling the story of this important historic site. All this in a state that prides itself as a tourist destination. It's a crying shame that this place is left like this. So imagine if tourists were to come here. There's just nothing, absolutely nothing to tell the story of this place. Nothing to show that this is the famous point of no return. It's just difficult to understand how we could abandon a monument as important as this in this manner.
It's quite very embarrassing looking at the way which the government, even though they've been advocating for tourism, on the need for us to invest in tourism, to encourage the citizens to participate and also encourage tourist activities. But the truth of the matter is that most of our tourist sites, they are not really strategically fine-tuned in a way to make it more attractive for tourists to come and spend time around. Well, I think this structure, it's more of like a white elephant project because it's very it's a waste. Because you can see now it's dilapidated, and I don't think they are going to continue with the construction of this structure. And this structure, I believe before the commencement of this structure, they should have come up with their plans to see how it's going to benefit and enhance and boost tourism within this, community, but maybe they did not do their groundwork very well, so they had to, stop it in the long run. It really breaks my heart because this is millions of naira wasted that possibly could have, been ventured into another aspect of, the tourism. But this is just like, millions wasted, and there's no way, they can, retrieve this lost funds. And, people coming down here to catch fun, and they tend to, feel discouraged and embarrassed by the sight of these, most especially foreign nationals coming there to come and relax, or maybe to come for their research purposes. They're going to see Nigeria as a country that we are not serious.
Yards away from the point of no return, another abandoned project by the Lagos state government. Locals say this was supposed to be a guest chalet started during the governorship of Babatunde Fashola, but long abandoned. Even this paved road leading to the point of no return has not been completed. Most part of it is yet to be paved. Even in its terrible state, tourists still flock to the point of no return, but they often leave disappointed.
When I was in secondary school then, we came for an excursion here, but the place we went to was 4-story building, and then we were not opportune to come here because they were like, okay, we can't come here since we were young then. But coming now, at least, that was 2014, and this is 2024, let me say that's 10 years ago. So coming here now, and I was like, okay, land of no return, let me come and let me see how it looks like. But on getting to this place, it's very disappointing because there is no evidence, that there is nothing to show that, okay, this is an evidence to show that this is a land of no return. And even this building, I'm just guessing that maybe that is where the colonial master stays then, where they select the slaves and all those things. But I don't know, because there is no one to tell us the history, and it's very disappointing that they just let it go. Like, let me say, it's a waste. Anybody can come here and claim it as anything.
If this monument continues to rot away like it is at the moment, then it's only a matter of time before the point of no return completely disappears from this very spot. Right in the middle of this forest in southwest Ogun State, and inside the buildings below, a young generation of farmers in Nigeria is changing the face of farming and attracting young people to a venture many of them had not always liked. And 36-year-old Peter Okocha Jr., or PJ as he's fondly called, is leading the change. An economist by training before branching off into farming, PJ and his team are deploying a unique method of farming known as aeroponics to grow cash crops, starting out here in August of 2017.
What's taking place is that you're seeing agricultural technology. It's a disruptive form of technology. It's called aeroponics, whereby the plants are grown in a soilless medium. Essentially, there's no soil, and the roots of the plants, which are underneath these boxes, are being misted with nutrients and so forth. So everything is within a controlled environment, and it's fully automated as well.
Their focal crop is yam, a very popular edible starchy tuber mainly cultivated in Africa and exported across the world.
So the yam subsector of the overall agricultural sector, it's a very lucrative sector. But the problem is that the requisite inputs haven't been applied. And so what we're doing in this program is saying that, okay, we know that there's a sector that currently has a value, according to the Food and Agricultural Organization based in Rome, of about $13 billion US. But with the requisite inputs, the yam subsector will grow from $13 billion to about $19 billion. And this is Nigeria alone. So what we've said is that, okay, we know also that Nigeria accounts for 60% of the global production of yam, but yet we don't have inputs such as seed. And as you know, seeds, or the lab and the seed essentially is the genesis of the agricultural sector. So what we're doing is that in conjunction with IITA, we get clean seeds, essentially from IITA, from the lab, and then we come and we transplant to the system here.
The system is a greenhouse where the yam seeds are grown in this row of boxes using aeroponics, more like growing yams in the air. Now just take a look at these leaves. Every leaf you see here is a potential tuber of yam. So to get a sense of how many tubers of yam we have here, you just have to do a count of all the leaves we have here. It's something very massive.
We have about 10 boxes, and in those boxes, all fully automated aeroponic systems, and it leads to high propagation of plants. And so we're actually massively propagating, and it will continue like this for a 3-year period of just continuous growth, non-stop. After the propagation, what you'll see is that it will essentially form a canopy, very bush-like and so forth. And from there, we'll start vine cutting. And from the vine cutting, we'll cut these, we'll put them into essentially polyethylene bags and with a nutrient solution, and they'll stay in there for about a month. And essentially what it is that because this is in a controlled environment, we're taking them out and saying, okay, we're preparing you for a month to get used to the external elements, and they'll be there for a month, and then we eventually take them to the field.
This is the field where they are brought and planted into the soil so the seeds could develop fully.
These right now currently have been here for about 3 weeks. And we're still planting now, and they'll be here for a total of about 3 months. And after about 3 months, we'll get seeds of about 250 to about 500 grams. And those are the seeds that we'll provide to farmers. And farmers can then go and plant directly, and it will give them the ware yam sizes of 1 kg, 2 kg and above.
One of the smallholder farmers who's been using the yam seeds from the aeroponics farm is Awofe Ademola. He's been into traditional yam farming all his adult life, and says the yam seeds from the aeroponics farm have seen his output more than double and saved from pests.
There's a lot of difference between the two methods because the new method doesn't get infected by pests, and it doesn't change color like the traditional planted yams. It will remain fresh as it is wherever it is kept. Their yam when harvested is almost 3 times or 4 times more than ours. When we plant one of our own seed yam, it equates to 4 of theirs.
Habibat Umar is the only female in the group. She's one of those overseeing the day-to-day running of the smart farm. She says she's fascinated by the whole idea of it.
One of the things that fascinates me most is the fact that we can go all year round producing food, more like you can cheat God's and having to depend on the rain and all, and everybody wants to eat all the time. You don't want to wait for when the rain is here, and so the fact that we can provide the food all year round, it's everything to me.
Even though all may seem fine, PJ and his team are battling familiar challenges to keep their operations running.
More attention needs to be given to the sector. There needs to be more financing put in place. We need to have adequate land laws in place and to ensure that we can optimize all the arable land that we have and so forth. There needs to be insurance. We need to have better road networks. Power is a major impediment as well. Essentially we have our own solar system, as well as the fact that we also have a generator as well for backup. So power cost is also a major impediment as well. So all of these things, if we can put all these things in place, then the sector will boom for sure.
PJ and his team are setting themselves up as role models for young people. In a country where youth unemployment is high, they are hoping to inspire many within their age bracket to take to their kind of farming technique.
We need women to even join this chain, because this is not all about, we've gone past the stage of waiting for men doing it. So why wouldn't I want to be part of it? Like, let people say, oh, she's a woman, she's doing it. Do you understand? So women have to join this chain.
My message for the youth is saying that, listen, with the use of technology and disruptive methods such as this, essentially you can run your farm on your laptop, on your computer and so forth and everything. It's all automated. So essentially this makes agriculture cool. It makes agriculture sexy. You have the technological components to it and so forth and everything. So it's not just the conventional, back-breaking work in the field and so forth and everything like that. There are also these components as well that will make it appealing to the youth. So I say, listen, join me. We have a nation to feed and we have a nation to grow as well.
Many thanks for joining us on the newsroom. I'm Tamilore Akinkolie, and these are the stories we're following. The President is set to present the 2025 budget estimates to a joint session of the Senate and House of Representatives on Monday. The proposal totaling 47.96 trillion naira is expected to be delivered by 12 p.m. This was confirmed by Senate President Godswill Akpabio. According to the Minister of Budget and Economic Planning, Atiku Bagedu, the budget framework is based on key assumptions, including an oil benchmark of $75 per barrel, or production capacity of 2.06 million barrels per day, and an exchange rate of 1,400 naira to the dollar. And the Kaduna State Governor Uba Sani has returned 2 landed properties previously revoked by the immediate past administration of Governor Nasir El-Rufai to the family of late military dictator General Sani Abacha. In 2 separate letters dated December 10, 2024, signed by Mustafa Aruna on behalf of the Director General of the Kaduna Geographic Information Service, it directed the Abacha family to settle outstanding fees and charges as a condition for a restatement of the 2 revoked properties. The Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) has restored Sylvester Eze Okenwa as the National Chairman of the All Progressive Grand Alliance (APGA). INEC National Commissioner and Chairman of the Voters Education Committee Sam Olumeko disclosed this in a statement on Tuesday. He said that the decision of the Commission followed the judgment of the Supreme Court, which has been served on the Commission. And the Police Service Commission (PSC) has approved the promotion of 78 senior police officers, including 21 assistant commissioners of police to deputy commissioners of police and 57 chief superintendents of police to ACPCs. The promotions were approved during the second plenary meeting of the PSC held on Tuesday, December 17th. PSC spokesman Ikechukwu Ani disclosed this in a statement. He said the meeting followed the approval on Monday, December 16th, for the promotion of 11 commissioners of police to assistant inspector generals and 16 deputy commissioners to substantive commissioners. And on business, the Nigerian Civil Aviation (NCAA) has denied involvement in the alleged sale of Nigerian registered aircraft and announced ongoing investigation into the claims. The Director of Public Affairs and Consumer Protection, Michael Achimugu, said this in an interview and dismissed media report as allegations unfounded, emphasizing the importance of thorough investigation. The report from news platform on Tuesday alleged the Nigerian registered aircraft had been sold without proper documentation. This came after a report about a controversial aircraft recently smuggled from Nigeria to Iran. And on the global scene, South Korea's impeached President Yoon Suk-yeol failed to appear before the country's corruption watchdog on Wednesday. It said after he was summoned for questioning over the martial law bid. Yoon was stripped of his duty by Parliament over the weekend following a short-lived December 3rd martial law declaration, which plunged the country into its worst political turmoil in decades. Investigators from the Corruption Investigation Office had summoned him to their facility in suburban Seoul for questioning over charges of insurrection and abuse of power. And finally, on sport, Brazil legend Ronaldo has confirmed he wants to become president of the country's football governing body to address a deep crisis the sport is facing nationally. Ronaldo said he wants to be an alternative for significant change as candidate for the job of running the Brazilian Football Confederation. Ronaldo scored both goals when Brazil beat Germany in the 2002 World Cup finals in Japan and was twice winner of Ballon d'Or. To lodge a CBF candidacy, he needs the support of Brazilian regional clubs and federation. And those are the stories we're following on the newsroom. Join us at the top of the hour for more stories. Bye for now.
It's been 42 years now since St. Ambrose's Catholic Secondary School was established by the Catholic Church before it was taken over by the government. Several students have passed through the four walls of the school, just as several administrative staff have come and gone. But the one thing that has remained largely unchanged is the infrastructure and teaching facilities in the school. Year by year, things got worse. Classroom buildings began giving way. The classrooms themselves became inconducive for both teaching and learning. Things were literally in an abject state.
We have been managing teaching. Even when the rain is falling, the rain will be falling inside the classroom. We cannot abandon teaching. At times we mass students together when there is no conducive classroom. During the tenure of the past principal, Mr. Ogunbadejo Fola. So when he came to the school, he discovered that things will not be going on like this. So many classrooms are leaking, some roofs have even off, some buildings are collapsed. The parents are not able to do anything concerning it. So we be folding hands. Then every year, the roofing have been taking away a lot of money. So he now decided to go spiritual by calling upon God. So every Thursday of every month, we used to gather together, spending 30 minutes, calling upon God. So we look for the names of some old students. We got the name from one of the old students called KK. We wrote their name on the pieces of paper. During the prayer time, we raised the name up. God to compel them to come.
Either by divine intervention or mere coincidence, something happened. One of the old students of the school decided to pay a visit. Multiple award-winning journalist Deji Bademosi graduated from the school 26 years ago as the senior prefect of the 1994 set.
I went there to do a story on the dilapidated state of the school. And there's a project we're actually doing, a project that I'm actually doing, known as Track Nigeria, being supported by the MacArthur Foundation. So the whole idea for me initially was to go there and highlight the dilapidated state of the school so that I could call the attention of the government to the situation there and to see if the government could at least come in there to help address the infrastructural problem there. But you know, when I got there, and because that's the school I actually attended myself, I was touched. And you know, I just felt rather than just tell the story and wait for the government to do something, that at least I could do something to help. I was really touched, and I decided, well, that at least we could do some renovation. So the whole idea was, okay, go there, renovate, and that was how it started.
An engineer was contracted to commence work on the site, but little did they know that the structure required more than the planned renovation due to the severity of the damage.
When I got there, all the foundation was already above the ground level, meaning that you can even be seeing the foundation footing already outside exposed, which anything can happen. The building can collapse at any time. After opening the space for the column and the second day, you know, the building is weak already, even with the exposure of the foundation, I said. So one side of the classroom gave way immediately.
the only thing we could do to salvage the situation was to pull down the entire building and, build a new one. And for me, that was something really huge. It was not something that I had actually planned for, considering the cost implication. So I summoned courage and I said, you know what, okay, you guys go ahead, pull the building down, we'll put up a new building.
It was a tough decision, but certainly worth it. The reconstruction officially kicked off in August 2019 under the direct supervision of one of the alumni of the school.
We left here like 26 years ago, and there was no any kind of maintenance since we left. So I supervised the building right from the scratch to where it is today, all to the glory of God.
As the new building started to take shape, it was hard to ignore the remaining dilapidated blocks of classrooms and abandon them to decay.
As one building was getting completed, I looked at the situation again and I felt, well, we can do another one. So I said, you know what, I looked at my pulse and I said, well, maybe I could just try the second one. And then the second one came down, the old building now came down, and we started work on the second one. And then the third one as well, one of the old students there came to me and said, look, supposing I provide blocks for the foundation, and then, build it up to lintel level, would you mind to just take it over from there? And I was like, okay, let's see how it goes. Because I knew it was going to cost a lot of money, but, that was how the third building started. Then there was no plan to have a toilet. The school had no toilet. But then I felt, look, it wouldn't be nice at all to have these new buildings. You have the students there, and then they have no place to go ease themselves, and they have to make use of the bush. Again, I summoned courage, and I said, okay, you know what, let's put up a toilet facility there. And that was how the toilet facility came up. So right there now we have 10 toilets. I then thought, if you have a toilet, how then do you get water to service the toilet? And the school has no borehole. The school has a well that dries up during the dry season. And then, again, not planned for initially. Remember, I started by saying we wanted to do just one building. Not planned for. So I said, okay, let's get the borehole.
After the borehole, then came the landscaping and flooring of the school. As the school continued to get a facelift, it was almost unbelievable for staff and students who watched their wish become a reality.
It's a thing of joy to me. But on a daily basis, when I come to school, I have to look down and see the buildings, which is not common, it's one in town. I was made to know that there is no school that is having this type of building. No school. You see the restroom, see the classroom, you see the offices, you see the type of furniture there. It is second to none, I must confess, and I'm very happy. In fact, about 5 teachers called me, sir, how can I get my transfer to your school?
And we start everything together. You understand? The foundation, the building, the roofing, the plastering, the painting, and everything. I was there with them, being one of the host students. By the time our students see what is going on in the school, they were all happy. You understand? By the time we want to do little works there, I have to call them. This is your class. You are going to use this class. So what can you people do for us? And they were happy in helping us. Packing sand, gravel, you know, all these things, little things that they can do with joy. You know, in fact, they were happy doing it for us, being their school. And I believe by the time we are going for new section now, we are going to have more students.
I felt so proud that at least I could contribute in my own little way to this present development. This project is single-handedly done by one person, a God-sent person, who is not a politician. He doesn't get free money from anywhere. He works hard to get his money, and he's not investing for any profit. Like I asked Deji, because we said, bro, what are you even doing this for? He said, Maurice, I'm doing it for God and for humanity's sake. That look, I don't need all these students for anything in my life. I don't need them to survive. I don't need them to get to any position. But someday, my children might need them. It's a very good thing. It's really done well. I feel so proud to be part of 94 set. I feel so proud to be a friend to Deji Badimosi for all what he's done. And I feel so proud to be part of this project.
The school, which was once looked down on, has now become a point of reference and top choice for people in the community.
Passing on the road, we were actually branching to see that could a better structure be on this school with what they have been seeing. So look at the design, look at the space that we managed to get what we have, and a very spacious classroom, corridor with a staircase that can easy the going and coming of the students. So it's in fact, the facility that is there make it far better.
The only thing that makes me happy is that these students will now learn in a good environment. And this will also enhance their quick grasp of whatever has been taught in school, makes them relax. You are safe. They feel safe now. I think the last time we went there, we saw the building. I couldn't imagine how they could understand what the teacher is saying. But one, you're not sitting well. You're either standing and you're receiving your lecture, or you're sitting with somebody. But with what we have on ground, I think the student will be happy, will learn well in that good environment.
Many young ones now, they are planning to come to St. Ambrose. Before, you see some parents, when they are passing by, they used to say, that's what we used to say it in our language. I myself then, I cannot say this is my school. But now I can boast. This is the school I pass out from. So I'm very, very happy, and I'm using this medium to thank Deji Badimosi for what he has done for our school. He rebuilt our school, and God will rebuild his life.
With the junior classes, also referred to as downhill, now wearing a new look, the school authority, in addition to their great show of appreciation, are appealing for the extension of this gesture to the senior secondary classes of the school as well.
Permit me to ask like an Oliver twist. If this structure could continue to the senior section, it would be very good. Not as somebody living in a modern building, coming to a leaking classroom, a classroom where there's no fan, a classroom where there's no, in fact, dusty, stinking, rotten chairs. The chalkboard is even not good. It will not be so good. Permit me to tell you that we don't have laboratories in the school. Every classroom in this school is leaking. It's dusty, smelling. I'm sorry I'm using these words, but if you care to look at them, you will not like them. So will it be for a student that is graduating from junior section to senior section. It will be demoralizing.
For the man who has single-handedly done all of these, his primary goal is to pass a strong message across to the government, old students, and the general public.
My hope and intention is that when the government or the governor, if the governor comes to commission this, that when he comes, he would at least see what an old student has done, and then that could serve as some kind of motivation for the government now to do something, and not just for the government now to do something, but also important for other old students to take a cue. I mean, those who have been blessed to at least take a cue. And what I tell people is, I'm not a rich person. I'm not rich. It cost me so much, and but you really don't have to be rich to do certain things. So as an old student, even if it's just a block or two you're able to contribute, that would go a long way. And also very important is that people have always said journalists always take, they don't give. And this is to disprove that journalists we don't just report situations. So sometimes, journalism could make you do some very unexpected things. Do I plan to do more in the future? Yes, by the special grace of God, because to some extent, we are actually the government. So whatever, as individuals, whether individuals or collectives, not in government, whatever it is we can do to help make our society better, we should do it.
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
Because when you go into public office, you must be ready to answer to the people.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians say in this part of the world.
A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the...
I don't know this because the villa is very lonely. You have doubled and aggregated to over 18.3 trillion, reduced that's foreign. You have been 5 naira water in which and I want to know you about thousands going shows of giving that with honorable and the left side by providing 170 of shady. The president on your breaking shady is under so many opposition citizens and a lot of just to that's with the job of 82,000 now the job being new. The joint board of General Established Administration Bill present a chief landscape. It's telling those who can turn it was at the loudest. But we will make listen to us and not and cross fashion of the energy bring the way of this. We cannot think over and result. Therefore, to engage vital fully. This is comprehensive transformative investing and mid-sizes in Nigeria. Form of Nigerian but also more an competitive environment. Not that the million will be taxed in big 50 of Naira. Not cultural paved for crucial in our city. These are not concrete. This is the value about and as the revenue economy are people fostering this government trust with them you are was living public trust. Together on a service the 24 months about and 8% expenses. It achieved necessary to extend the lifespan of the 2024 budget to June 30th, 2025. The enabling law for this extension will soon be placed before you for your assent as a testament to appreciation for the great performance of the budget, ensuring that we build on the momentum so far created. Finally, sir, we commend your steadfast commitment to our collective and collaborative cooperation with the National Assembly to achieving your grand vision for Nigeria. Let me take this opportunity to stress the importance of the need for the honourable ministers and heads of extra ministerial departments to respond promptly to requests from National Assembly whenever they are invited, particularly this period, to come and defend their sectoral allocations in the exercise of our legislative oversight. They should not see invitations as nuisance. They should know that any invitation is constitutional, and we also have constitutional powers to take further action where they refuse to appear. So, Mr. President, may wish to caution some of the ministers who are intransigent and who do not give respect to this hollow chamber, the only place that shows democracy in the world. It is the National Assembly. So those who disregard invitations from National Assembly are not Democrats and therefore have no place in your government. We so submit, Mr. President. In spite of all our achievements, Mr. President, and my great compatriots, we must say it is not yet Uhuru. We are light years away from where we ought to be. Some rivers remain to be crossed. The pains Nigerians feel now are merely the pains of hardship occasioned by reforms, but let's look at those pains as pains of childbirth. The season of childbirth, immediately the child is born, rejoicing starts with the first smile of the child. I ask for your patience. I urge Nigerians to be patient, to cooperate with you, maintain faith in your vision, which will be for the betterment of this country. Mr. President, you cannot be everywhere. We are your eyes. 469 constituencies. We, the distinguished senators, honorable members of the House of Representatives, are your eyes in our constituencies and every corner of this nation. When our constituents struggle to afford rice, and they cannot, they come to us. When their shoes pinch as a result of wear and tear, and they cannot replace, they come to us. When the economic alarm sounds, they turn to us for succor. Therefore, we are committed to ensuring that we help you at the grassroots level. Let no one attempt to bring the counsel of Ahithophel to bear that constituency projects are scams. They are not. Those are the only things that Nigerians say in our various constituencies from the federal government of Nigeria. So I want to take a moment to appreciate the tireless efforts of the National Assembly members, both the senators and House of Representatives, who struggle on a daily basis to use their personal finances in order to help Mr. President when he's not available. Your untiring efforts in using your personal resources, your time, to assisting what the executive ought to have done, wherever they are not available, remain the beacon of patriotism, altruism, and selfless ambition. That is why you sacrifice, and that's why your people brought you here. So embrace this moment, Mr. President. Together we'll build a nation that we will all be proud of. Let us march forward, united in purpose and unwavering in resolve, as we craft a future that reflects the very best of who we are, a nation of resilience, a nation of hope, and a nation of greatness, a nation of renewed hope. I welcome you, and I thank on your mandate, on your mandate, on your mandate, we shall stand.
Thank you very much. Thank you. After listening to this great remark of a great mind, colleague, and the President of the Senate, I feel like just lay the budget. Oh. With your rendition of the mandate support, I can't do otherwise respect you and go through the exercise of reading. It is a great honor and pleasure for me to be back where I started. As once a member of this respected house of thinkers and doers, I am grateful to be your president. And to be here to see so many faces of my friends, colleagues, and compatriots. I thank you very much, President of the Senate, Honorable Speaker of the House of Representatives, Principal Officers of the National Assembly, Executive Governors here present, distinguished senators, honorable members of the House of Representatives, National Chairman, my friend of our Progressive Congress, and the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, the honorable ministers here present, National Security Advisor, Head of Civil Service of the Federation, Clerk of the National Assembly, Senior Government Officials, Gentlemen of the Press, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. In fulfillment of one of my constitutional duties, and with unyielding commitment to rebuilding Nigeria towards ensuring that we remain steadfast on the journey to a prosperous future, I hereby present the 2025 budget to the joint section of the 11th National Assembly. 10th? I wrote 11. Which means you are all re-elected. $2025 budget at a time when our country is at a crucial point in its development trajectory. The 2025 budget proposal again reinforces our administration's roadmap to secure peace, prosperity, and hope for a greater future for our beloved nation. This budget, christened Budget of Restoration, Securing Peace, Building Prosperity, strikes at the very core of our Renew Hope agenda and demonstrates our commitment to stabilizing the economy, improving the lives, and repositioning our country for greater performance. The journey of economic renewal and institutional development, which we began 18 months ago, and I emphasize just 18 months ago, as a nation, is very much underway. It is not a journey of our choosing, but one we have to embark on for Nigeria to have a real chance at greatness. And I thank every Nigerian for embarking on this journey of reform and transformation with us. The road of reform is now clearly upon us. And as the president of this blessed nation, I know this less traveled road has not been easy, that there have been difficulties and sacrifices. They will not be in vain, I assure you. I said we must keep faith with the process to arrive at our collective desired destination. We must build on progress we have made in the past 18 months in restructuring our economy and ensuring it is strong enough to withstand the headwind of any future shocks of the global downturn. The 2025 budget that I present to you today is one of the restoration. It seeks to consolidate the key policies we have instituted to restructure our economy, boost human capital development, increase the volume of trade and investment, bolster oil and gas production, get our manufacturing sector humming again, and ultimately increase the competitiveness of our great nation and economy. We do not intend to depart from this critical path to strengthen the Nigerian economy. Just as I believe in the resilience of our economy to withstand the current challenges, I also strongly believe in the resilience of the Nigerian people. Again, I summon the unstoppable Nigerian spirit to lead us as we work to rebuild the fabric of our economic and existence. The improvement we have witnessed in year 2024 budget has led us into the 2025 budget. The goals of advancing national security, creating economic opportunities, investing in our youth population, infrastructure development, and national reorientation form the core of the year 2025 budget. But more than that, this will lay a solid foundation for a Nigerian's future growth trajectory. The current economic realities and progress. Distinguished Senate President, Right Honorable Speaker of the House of Representatives, leaders and members of both chambers of the National Assembly, I report today that our economy is responding positively to stimulus Our objective is to further stimulate the economy through implementation of targeted fiscal stimulus, packages through public expenditure, and specific non-inflationary spending. The reform we have instituted are beginning to yield results, no reversals. Nigerians will soon experience a better and more functional economy. Global economic growth for the outgoing year in year 2024 was projected at 3.2%, and against predictions of our countries, we have made significant progress. Our economy grew by 3.46%. Round it down, that is 3.5 of year 2024, up from 2.54% in the third quarter of year 2023. Our foreign reserves now stand at nearly $42 billion from negative inheritance. We are providing a robust buffer against external shocks. Our rising exports are reflected in our current trade surplus, which now stands at 5.8 trillion naira. National Bureau of Statistics confirms this. The clear result of gradual recovery, among others, reflected the resilience of our economy and the impact of deliberate policy choices we've made from the outset. For year 2024 budget performance, I'm happy to inform this August National Assembly that our administration attained remarkable milestone in implementing the 2024 budget. In 2024, we achieved 14.55 trillion naira in revenue, meeting 75% of our target as of the third quarter. 21.60 trillion naira in expenditure, representing 8% of our target, also in the third quarter. While challenges persist, we improved the reduction and fulfilled key obligations. The transformational effect of this on our economy are gradually being felt. That drives me to the philosophy of the 2025 budget. The 2025 budget seeks to restore macroeconomic stability, enhance the business environment, foster inclusive growth, employment, and poverty reduction, promote equitable income distribution, and human capital development. This, our budget allocation reflects the administration strategy, the strategic priorities, especially in the implementation of the Renew Hope agenda and its developmental objectives. The 2025 budget overview. The numbers for our 2025 budget proposal tell a bold and exciting story of the direction we are taking to retool and revamp the socio-economic fabric of our society. In year 2025, we are targeting 34.8 trillion naira in revenue to fund the budget. Government expenditure in the same year is projected to be 47.90 million naira, including a trillion naira, including 15.81 trillion naira for debt servicing. I promise we have to bring this down. A total of 13.0 trillion naira, or 3.89% of GDP, will make up the budget deficit. That is achievement. This is an ambitious but necessary budget to secure our future. The budget projects inflation will decline from the current rate of 34.6% to 15% next year, while the exchange rate will improve from approximately 1,700 naira per dollar to 1,500 naira, and a base crude oil production assumption of, say, 2.06, 2.5 million naira per day. The projections are based upon the following observations. Reduce the importation of petroleum products alongside increased exports of finished petroleum products. Bumper harvest driven by enhanced security, reducing reliance on food imports, increasing foreign exchange inflows through foreign portfolio investments, higher crude oil output, and export coupled with a substantial reduction in upstream oil and gas production costs. Key priority areas: rebuilding Nigeria. Our budgetary allocation underscore this administration's strategic priorities, particularly in advancing renewable agenda and achieving its developmental objectives. The highlights of the 2025 budget allocations: defense and security, 4.91 trillion naira. Infrastructure, 4.06 trillion naira. Health, 2.48 trillion naira. Education, 3.5 trillion naira. As we embark on implementing the 2025 budget, our steps are deliberate, our decisions resolute, and our priorities are clear. This budget reflects a renewed commitment to strengthening the foundation of a robust economy while addressing the critical sectors essential for the growth and development we envision. To secure our nation, security is the foundation of all progress. We have significantly increased the funding for the military, paramilitary, and police forces to secure the nation, protect our borders, and consolidate government control over every inch of our national territory. The government will continue to provide security forces with the modern tools and technology they need to keep us safe. Boosting the morale of our men and women in the armed forces will remain our government's top priority. The officers, men and women of our armed forces and the Nigerian police force are the shield and protectors of our nation. Our administration will continue to empower them to defeat insurgency, banditry, and threat to our sovereignty. Our people should never live in fear, whether on their farmland, highway, or cities. By restoring peace, we restore productivity, revive businesses, and rebuild our communities. For infrastructure development, we launched the Renew Hope Infrastructure Development Fund. It was with the conviction that infrastructure remains the backbone of every thriving economy. Under this program, we are accelerating investment in energy, transport, and public works. By leveraging private capital, we hope to complete key projects and give growth and create more jobs. We have already embarked on key legacy projects. Lagos-Calabar-Kosa Highway, Sokoto and Badagry Highway. They will have a huge impact on the lives of our people and accelerate economic growth. That is the rationale behind that. Human capital development. Our people are our greatest resource. That's why we are making record investment in education, healthcare, and social services. Our administration has so far disbursed 34 billion naira to over 300,000 students through the Nigerian Education Loan Fund, NEL Fund. In the 2025 budget, we have made provision for 825.90 billion naira for infrastructure development in the education sector. This includes those for the Universal Basic Education UBEC and the 9 new higher educational institutions. We are convinced that universal health coverage initiatives will strengthen primary healthcare system across Nigeria. In this way, we have allocated 402 billion naira for infrastructure investment in the health sector of year 2025 budget. And another 282.65 billion naira for the basic health care fund. Our hospitals will be revitalized with medication and better resources, ensuring quality care for all Nigerians. This is consistent with the federal government's planned procurement of essential drugs for distribution to public healthcare centers and facilities, nationwide improvement healthcare across, and reducing medical imports dependency. Revitalizing agriculture. Increased agricultural production is essential to our food security agenda, but insecurity has crippled this vital sector. We are supporting our farmers with funding and inputs to reignite productivity. Food security is non-negotiable. In this regard, we are taking bold steps to ensuring that every Nigerian can feed conveniently, and none of our citizens will have to go to bed hungry. Distinguished Senate, President of the Senate, Right Honorable Speaker of the House of Representatives, leaders and members of both chambers of the National Assembly, and fellow Nigerians, our 2025 budget proposal is not just another statement on projected government revenue and expenditure. It is one that called for action. Our nation faces existential threats from corruption and insecurity, and suffers from many past poor choices. These challenges are surmountable when we work collaboratively to overcome them. We must rewrite the narrative of this nation together with every leader, institution, and citizens playing their part. Get me right. The time for lamentation is over. The time to act is now. It's a time to support and promote greater investment in private sector. A time for our civil servants to faithfully execute our policies and programs. It is a time for every Nigerian to look hopefully towards a brighter future, because a new day has dawned for us as a nation. As your president, I remain committed and resolute to continue to lead the charge. This 2025 budget proposal laid the foundation for peace, prosperity, and much needed hope. It is the plan through which a Nigerian, every citizen, everywhere, can dream, work, and thrive safely, and it can be achieved. It is with great pleasure, therefore, that I lay before this distinguished joint session of the National Assembly the 2025 budget of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, titled the Restoration Budget, Securing Peace, Building Prosperity, and may God bless and keep our troops fighting for our security safe. May God bless the armed forces of Nigeria. May God bless this Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you very much.
seriously, wait. No.
Distinguished colleagues, right honorable members of the National Assembly, may I now have the singular privilege and honor to invite my brother, the Right Honorable Speaker, of the House. Thank you, thank you, thank you. If you look around you, you'll notice that the senators are a bit quiet. The reason is that in the red chambers, we don't clap, we don't sing. we only face the business of legislation, and then we pretend as if we don't smile at all. But I thank you for recognizing my brother, the head of the House of Representatives. Yes. Right Honorable Tajuddin Abbas, PhD, Professor, GCON. You will now give the vote of thanks.
GCON.
His Excellency Senator Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR President, Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, my dear brother, distinguished Senator Goswill Akpabio, GCON, the President of the Senate, Honorable Justice Kudirat Keke Eku, the Chief Justice of the Federation, distinguished Senator Barrow Jibril, the Deputy President of the Senate, my dear brother, Right Honorable Benjamin Kalu, the Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives, the Chairman of the Nigerian Governors Forum, and the Governor of Kwara State, the APC, the Governor of the APC Progressive Governors, other governors present here, principal officers of the Senate and the House of Representatives, Excellencies, former presiding officers of the National Assembly, distinguished senators and honorable members of the House of Representatives, distinguished Senator George Akume, Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Right Honorable Femi Bajabiamila, the Chief of Staff to the President, members of the Federal Executive Council present here, Excellencies, the National Chairman of the greatest party in Africa, or Alhaji Ganduje, other representatives of party chairmen here, Head of Civil Service of the Federation, members of the Diplomatic Corps, the Chairman of the National Assembly Service Commission and his commissioners, Clerk to the National Assembly, Deputy Clerk to the National Assembly, Clerk to the Senate and House of Representatives, Secretaries of Directorates of the National Assembly, Head of Security Agencies, Head of Federal Agencies and Parastatals, National Assembly Management Staff, distinguished invited guests, members of the press, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the House of Representatives and the entire National Assembly, I extend our deepest gratitude to His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, for presenting the 2025 Appropriation Bill to this joint session. Today's presentation fulfills a fundamental constitutional mandate and reflects a vision and steadfast commitment to addressing the needs and aspirations of all Nigerians. Over the past 18 months, your administration has taken bold and decisive steps to reform our economy. The removal of fuel subsidy, unification of foreign exchange rates, and introduction of innovative economic policies have laid a solid foundation for sustainable growth and development. While these reforms have demanded short-term sacrifices, they are acts of courage and patriotism. History teaches us that transformative progress often begins with difficult decisions. Examples from China's market reforms, India's liberalization, and South Korea's industrialization affirm the enduring benefits of such bold actions. These lessons inspire confidence that Nigeria's ongoing reforms will foster economic growth, reduce poverty, and ensure long-term prosperity for everyone. Mr. President, your administration's reforms have disrupted the status quo, sparking resistance from vested interests. Yet these courageous measures underscore your resolve to prioritize the welfare of Nigerians. The National Assembly stands ready to support these reforms through legislative backing and to facilitate public engagement for greater understanding and acceptance. Your Excellency, 2024 has been a year of mixed economic fortunes. The National Bureau of Statistics reported GDP growth of 3.46% in the third quarter, up from 3.19% in the second quarter, largely driven by the services sector. Despite challenges posed by climate change and insecurity, agriculture remained a critical contributor, accounting for 17.22% of nominal GDP in the first quarter and 22.61% in the second quarter. However, inflation rising to 33.88% in October, alongside escalating food and energy costs, continue to strain households across the country. Nonetheless, the International Monetary Fund's projection of 3.2% growth for 2025 underscores a positive trajectory if reforms are sustained and structural issues addressed. Mr. President, your international engagements have further reinforced Nigeria's global standing. The agreements from your September 2024 visit to China are said to transform rail transport, enhance digital literacy, boost agriculture, and strengthen national security, while elevating Nigeria-China relationship to a comprehensive strategic partnership. Engagements in France similarly secured 300 million euro for critical sectors, while Brazil's 4.2 billion grant to strengthen agriculture underscores your focus on sustainable growth. Notably, one of your administration's remarkable achievements is advancing local government autonomy, ensuring that resources reach grassroots communities and empowering them to address their specific needs. This commitment to transparency and accountability will have a lasting impact, particularly on our rural communities. Your Excellency, the proposed 2025 budget of 49.7 trillion, which is a 35% increase over 2024, is really ambitious and very commendable. The projections of 4.6% GDP growth, a crude oil price of $75 per barrel, an exchange rate of 1,400 to the dollar, and oil production of 2.06 million barrels per day are bold but very achievable. However, Nigeria's fiscal realities warrant critical reflection. Despite being Africa's most populous nation, with over 220 million people, our 2024 national budget of $36.7 billion remains modest compared to countries like South Africa, with a budget of $160 billion for its only 60 million citizens. Egypt with $110 billion for its 110 million people. Algeria with 60 billion naira, $60 billion for its 45 million people. And Morocco allocating $50 billion for its only 37 million residents. Indeed, Nigeria's low tax revenue also remains a major constraint. Our tax to GDP ratio, currently at approximately 10.9% for 2024 is among the lowest in Africa, significantly below the continental average of 15.6%. In comparison, South Africa's tax to GDP ratio stands at 25.4%, while Rwanda and Ghana, with more smaller populations, report ratios of 15.1% and 14.1% respectively. Even our VAT collection efficiency at approximately 20% is notably below the near 70% efficiency achieved by South Africa, Equatorial Guinea, and Zambia. Mr. President, addressing these challenges requires urgent and comprehensive tax reforms to broaden our tax base, improve compliance, streamline administration, and reduce reliance on borrowing. The National Assembly will continue to work with the administration to ensure that such reforms are equitable, effective, and considerate of the needs of vulnerable populations. To this end, we have engaged stakeholders to address concerns raised on the tax reform bills, fostering trust and cooperation. I have personally led numerous high-level meetings and consultations with state governors and other key stakeholders on this issue, achieving very, very positive outcomes. Your Excellency, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, as we approach 2025, we must embrace the realities before us with determination. Stabilizing prices, boosting agricultural productivity, expanding infrastructure, and investing in education, healthcare, and security, which remain our paramount priority. To strengthen national unity and build trust, it is essential for the government to communicate its achievements effectively to the Nigerian people. Mr. President, let me assure you that the National Assembly is fully committed to supporting the successful implementation of the 2025 budget. This is not merely your budget. It is a national project requiring collaboration across all arms of government. We will work to ensure its timely passage, provide legislative support for critical reforms, and conduct robust oversight to guarantee transparency and efficiency in its execution. Mr. President, fellow colleagues, let us take a moment to recognize and honor the profound sacrifices made by each and every Nigerian over the past year. The removal of fuel subsidies, rising inflation, and adjustment to economic policies have created challenges. Yet, these sacrifices are necessary for building a stronger, self-reliant, and prosperous Nigeria. I call on all Nigerians to remain resilient and united in our collective pursuit of a brighter and better Nigeria. In conclusion, Mr. President, thank you for your visionary leadership and unwavering commitment to Nigeria's progress. The 2025 budget represents a crucial step towards economic recovery and sustainable development. I'm confident your reforms will soon deliver tangible benefits for all Nigerians. Thank you, and may God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Right, honorable members, distinguished senators, once again, let me invite all of us in the National Assembly to applaud the remarks of the Right Honorable Speaker, Tajuddin Abbas. Thank you. Mr. President, all protocols observed. To summarize the Right Honorable Speaker's remarks, it simply refers to the Holy Book, where they said that the disciples of Jesus Christ move in one accord. Your remarks show clearly that the two chambers of the National Assembly are united in one accord in supporting President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, to revamp the economy of this country and at the same time create a better future for generations yet unborn. On that note, may we now rise for the national anthem of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Congratulations, sir. I'm safe journey. Thank you. Come and see you in Lagos, sir. Thank you. Thank you. It's all right. Lagos is free. Order.
Right, honorable members, distinguished senators, having concluded the only item on the order paper on this joint session, may I invite the majority leader of the Senate to now move a motion for the joint session of the National Assembly to be brought to an end. And thereafter, the leader of the House of Representatives, Professor Ihombe, will second the motion. Right, Honorable. Senator Bamidele Okpeyemi.
Mr. President, the Right Honorable Speaker, very distinguished colleagues from both chambers, I rise to move that this joint session of the National Assembly be now adjourned sine die. I so move.
Mr. President of the Senate, Mr. Speaker, distinguished senators, my colleagues in the House, I rise to second the motion for adjournment, ably, clearly, and effectively moved by the Senate leader. I so second.
Distinguished Senators, right honorable members, the motion has been moved by the Leader of the Senate, seconded by the Leader of the House of Representatives, that this joint session of the National Assembly be adjourned sine die. Those in support of this motion say aye. And those against say nay. Nay. The ayes have it. And therefore the session is adjourned sine die.
Hello and welcome to another episode of Lagos Voices. I'm Sydney Okafo. Precisely on 28 May 2024, the Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu unveiled the state transport policy for implementation of deliverable regulatory framework, and it consists of 14 policies. These transport policies cut across road infrastructure, inland waterways, traffic management, rail transport, amongst others. Meanwhile, the essence of all this is to improve the lives of Lagosians through efficient, sustainable, and accessible transportation due to the challenges that have plagued the transportation system in the state. Now, from commercializing the inland waterway road infrastructure, Lagos Bus Rapid Transit System, for short, it's called BRT, amongst others. Adding to the list of commercialized projects in the state is the rail transport system, and this time it is not the Blue Rail, which is open to the public in use already, but the Red Line Rail, commissioned by President Bola Tinubu on 29th of February 2024. Let's hear what Lagos residents and the relevant authorities in charge have to say about their experiences.
Residents of Lagos, especially those along the Ikeja-Agbado axis, can now enjoy a new train experience following the unveiling of the Red Rail Line by the State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu. 7 months after its completion and commissioning, the governor and his entourage took the inaugural ride from the Oyingbo station to Ikeja station, which took 30 minutes, signaling the commencement of formal commercial service on the brand new rail line.
We just came down from the train at Ikeja station, and it took us exactly 34 minutes from Oyingbo. And we had to stop at Yaba, we stopped at Mushin, we stopped at Oshodi, we stopped at Ikeja, where we are right now. So, as you can see, it's been an outstanding experience. It's an experience that we believe will help solve public transportation issues in Lagos. It's an experience that we believe will reduce journey time for our citizens. It's an experience that we believe will ease connectivity. And you can see the train is moving again. It's still going to Agege. It's going to Iju before it gets to Agbado. But we opted to stop here, and I'm sure that all of you have seen that what we're about is about ensuring that we can fulfill all of our promises, especially on the red line. I haven't fulfilled similar promise on the blue line. So, ladies and gentlemen, is really to pass on this message to all of our citizens that are on this corridor, that from tomorrow morning or even this evening, there will be regular scheduled flights from Agbado all the way to Oyingbo and vice versa. And the scheduled timing you can see from the various train stations. So I want to thank you very much for joining us on this ride. Like I did mention, that we're still expecting additional more rolling stock, which will come in the course of our time in the new year.
The 27-kilometer metro line connects Oyigbo to Agbado and has 8 stations along the corridor. Officials say the first departure of the train will take off from Agbado at 6 a.m., while the second train will leave Iju station at 7:30 a.m. daily.
Okay, we started this test about August 21st, and the whole essence is to bring in passengers on board for them to familiarize with the process of using the system. The process starts from when you get to the station. What will you do? So you need to go to the ticketing office. So this is the standard ticket that you read, the carry card. It's just like your Oyster card in London and some other card in some other places. So with this card, you can use the bus system, you can use the train system, you can also use the ferry system. So it's for all regulated transport system, this is what you need to use. So when you get to the station and your card is funded, you use this on the turnstile. Turnstile will open. It will grant you access to the platform area for you to board the train. And so we're using this system. What we're doing now with the non-fee passenger operation to ensure that we're able to bring in people on the system, understand how to use the system, so that when we begin full commercial operation, it will not be strange to them.
The rail line is designed to convey about 500,000 passengers daily and ease commuting along a corridor known for its nightmare traffic jams.
As a matter of fact, this is a new invention. That is, something that's just been introduced that will help the citizenry. In fact, with my experience when I was working, when Raji Rasaki introduced workers' train, we normally boarded train from Iju here to Igomu that time, and we have 4 trips: 2 going to Ido, 2 going to Apapa. But now, when this one is on board now, I think if it is on and off, it will be better, and some people will decide to drop their car at home. And by dropping your car at home, you feel comfortable. As I said earlier, if it is on and off, that is maybe 3 trips or 4 trips in a day, especially the workers, because we that are benefiting are the retiree, are the one benefiting from the one that is running now. We, the retiree, are the one benefiting, and some businessmen. So maybe if it is something for workers and that is on and off, like 4 trips in a day, it will help. With what we normally hear, train is the cheapest. And when people decided to join train with little amount, it will help the economy as far as I'm concerned. Because I don't believe that government is not out for profit. You understand me now? Government is not out for profit, but government is out to make people happy. And when people are happy, things will move. The devastation of thinking, it will ease out easily. People will be able to think on that way around. There's no way we will not move. You definitely must move from one place to another place. Like me now, I'm a retiree. I'm going to Marina, and if I drop at September, I'll be able to join a little, and coming back. And if I have card for like a Korea or something like that, I think it will help. I will just join BRT straight away from that place.
This is my first time of boarding this train, and it's a good experience, and I like it. Well, it have helped me to reduce fare of normal downfall and all that. So, and it's affordable, and I like it. At least it's free of charge for the moment. Yes. if they can make it to be boarding in the evening also, so that while coming back we can also board it. Yeah, evening from 6 o'clock to 8 o'clock in the night. Yeah.
It's a seamless experience. It's actually taken off the phobia of getting on a train in Nigeria, and actually also experiencing that feel of the two-head train. You know, you're facing one direction now and then the other direction. So it's a good feel. You get into the terminal without any issues, and your train is here and you move easy peasy. So it's good. Okay, so it's going to bring a lot of ease. One thing I remember when they started the bus rides, that you park at the toll gate and you board the bus, that really caught on. So with this train experience, it's actually going to catch on seriously, because you know nobody wants to get caught up in the traffic along the express, or okay, there's a broken down trailer, tanker, whatever, and then you're there on the road for hours. The train has actually removed all that and makes the journey easy and seamless. So it's good. Let us just have this continuity. We have experienced it. It mustn't go away. You know, when you cut on to something good, something easy, something that works in other climes. Let me use the Yoruba word, ifokanbalewa. You have that peace and calm. So it's good.
Of being on this form of transportation outside the shores of this country. This is something that I feel that should have happened a long time ago. I know we had it then during the Jakande era, and it's good that this administration is bringing it back. It's going to save people a whole lot. Save them money, save them time, and it's going to also help, because I know that for sure a lot of people work in Lagos but don't live in Lagos. So this red rail is going to make life a lot easier for people. So it's no longer whether I'm a Lagosian or I'm from Ogun State, I'm a Nigerian. That's the message I'm getting from here. So I can walk anywhere and live anywhere, you know, and I can actually calculate how long it's going to take me, because I know the time the train will leave, I know the time the train will get to where it's going. I can plan my movement, and within 24 hours I can do everything I need to do and still get back home on time. So this is a fantastic project. I feel that government should involve more people. Sometimes we say, if you take a good look at the way the bus transportation has evolved over the years, you find out that, whether you like it or not, government needs to regulate. Good. But you also need people to invest. Do you get it? So I feel that bringing other people on board to be part of this project will be also equally good. I feel that that's one of the things they should actually do. People want to invest. People want to be carried along. Because these are the people who will give you the genuine feedback. You know, not just because it's government's business, government is doing this. Individuals, corporate organizations can actually support as well. And you know that one of the major problems that we've had in this country is the maintenance culture. So oftentimes when you leave the entire thing to government, who does the maintaining? You know, when you put structures like this or infrastructures like this together, you need the people to take ownership, so that we have to move away from this is government's property. It's not government, it is our property. We need to be involved. We need to be able to, you know, be responsible enough to when we see people destroying certain things, make the noise, so that, because at the end of the day, if you turn the other way and you keep saying, well, it's government now, it's government money, you know, at the end of the day it's going to affect you. No matter how little the problem is, it's going to affect you. So I feel that government needs to bring in individuals, corporate organizations. Let's do it collectively. Let's run it. Don't just leave it to individuals, and don't just leave it to government. I believe that working together will bring, that there are times that when you have two people, the two people can actually see two different things. Yeah. But if you're alone, you probably will not see some other things. So that's the way I feel about it.
This time I'm boarding this train, but I'm very impressed from the way I'm coming from. For me to board the train, for the people that is arranging us, they are well to put us in the right track. Not that go there. They are talking to us as a good citizens of Nigeria, and we just appreciate them. And I give a kudos to our father and our honorable governor, which is Honorable Babajide Sanwo-Olu, that we appreciate him, and he should continue to be doing more and to keep it up. And maybe if they can extend it to Ijoko, people that live in Ijoko and houses and area, they will appreciate it. But for now, I so much appreciate him, and God will continue to give him more wisdom and understanding to rule us to a promised land.
The governor has warned that any act of disruptions or vandalism would not be accepted and urged Lagos residents to ensure that the metro trains continue to be safe and stress-free ride for all.
That indeed is commendable, because the hustle and bustle in Lagos Road is not a joke at all when you are talking about traffic congestion. Kudos to the Lagos state government. I'm sure Lagos residents can't wait to continue paying taxes in order to keep enjoying this beautiful edifice built in the state. Now, a quick flip to the ongoing demolition exercise in Lagos State, where the Lagos government has vowed to crack down on illegal building erected without government approval. This time around, the government's attention is on Ayetoro community under Yaba local government development area in the state. According to findings from both the residents and the government agents about this Ayetoro community saga, the state government is not evacuating them. Rather, the government is only asking them to make sure the roofs of their buildings should be in uniform. Let's say blue, green, black, and thereabout, due to the proximity to the island, and that is known to be the elite neighborhood because of tourists that troop to that area of the state. Due to this, the community leaders and the state government officials struck an agreement that paved way for a 3-month grace for them to remain there or be evacuated permanently.
After issuing the residents of Ayetoro community in Yaba Local Council Development Area a 5-day ultimatum to vacate their homes over structural defects in their buildings, the Lagos state government has now provided an alternative which could allow the residents to remain after both parties struck an agreement to standardize the structural outlook of the community in line with the state framework. Residents thanked the state government for the opportunity and pledged to uphold the agreement strictly.
The starting of this project is not be our back. All the community seated with governor and the LBT Cora, and we sit. It's not 10 times, it's not 5 times. We sit together and we discuss a properly together. And the Mr. Governor tell us to go and remove our house from a power line away. Now we are ready to remove our house, like we said. Like the balance said, we remove our power line 100 meters away to the government, and we need the approval of our community. That is very important. All of which we are a government.
The government has done an amazing thing to the residents of this community by first consulting with us before demolishing our houses. We will comply with the request to evacuate from the power line before the deadline, which is December.
In this low-lying coastal town of Ayetoro, fishing and plank sales are the main sources of income for most of the residents. But as the deadline draws near, community leaders have appealed to well-meaning individuals and organizations to assist them in raising funds.
We definitely understand what the government laid out and we are prepared to evacuate the power line area. All that remains is for us to discuss the best course of action. The government should be rest assured that within 3 months, the time frame as stipulated will be met.
That's okay. We are here to give the necessary support to government because we believe the areas that this project covers still reside under the authority and ownership of Oloto Royal family. It's something that we believe we should come and partner with government because from Third Mainland Bridge, Makoko Aziz to Ilaje Bariga is like a selling point of what Lagos State should be. So people coming in and out of Lagos State right on Third Mainland Bridge should be able to see semblance of a state that is viable, rich, and beautiful.
The state government says it aims to address the issues of illegal buildings erected in the city without approval.
What Mr. Governor wants them to do is to make sure that they move away from the power line. That is a very heavy power line that is there. And there is a distance that they are supposed to keep away from it, which is about between 120 and 100 meters away from. They should move away from there. And secondly, what we've always been saying is that when you look at it when you are driving on the Third Mainland Bridge, the place looks like shanties. Like what I told them, even some of the gadgets that they have there is more than the gadget that they have in Ikeja or on the island. That is a very lovely place. So they should ensure that that place doesn't look like shanties by making sure that they have one significant color for the roof, or if the community want to decide and choose a particular roof. All these that we have said must happen be doing now and 20th of December so that we can move on. And that the people from Okobaba, they've been on it in the last 15 years. And now that we have sent them away, we don't want a situation whereby some people feel that they are playing smart and they now want to move to the other side. And moving to the other side is still making the project a failure. So we don't want that. Everybody should move to Agbowa, where the government have made for them. They have the road, the infrastructure is complete, they have road, they have light, they have water, they have all the essential service, even warehouse where they will put some of their things. So they can't leave that place like that and still tends to use this place. So the governor asks them to move. You know what they say, you want to collaborate. Government doesn't want a situation where some of them will come to a particular community and believe that they are, no, they can use that place for some period of time, which means that they are more or less not moving away from Okobaba. And that is why government sent me to them to explain to them in details that it is very important that it doesn't want anybody selling plank or planing plank within this environment. Those are the 4 key things that Mr. Governor said I should tell them, which has been delivered to them. And they've promised that before 20th of December, government, that place will have, everything will be in place and government will start noticing it. But it doesn't cost of anything. The life of an average Nigerian is more important than the money. It's not important that the money that the person building under high tension is going to make, because when that thing comes in.
Many thanks for joining us again on the newsroom. I'm Okbayemi Owosheni, and these are the major stories making the rounds from our newsroom. Security and defense, infrastructure, health and education were some of the sectors with high allocations in the 47.9 trillion naira budget proposal presented by President Bola Tinubu before a joint session of the National Assembly on Wednesday. The president listed some of the highlights of the budget as defense and security 4.91 trillion naira, infrastructure 4.06 trillion naira, health 2.4 trillion naira, and education 3.5 trillion naira, amongst others. He emphasized that food security is non-negotiable, adding that the government is taking steps to ensure Nigerians feed and not go to bed hungry. And barely 2 months after a helicopter operated by East Aviation crashed in Port Harcourt, the Nigerian Safety Investigation Bureau has disclosed that its handlers violated several of the Nigerian Civil Aviation Regulations directives. Although the Bureau was silent on whether or not the vices led to the unfortunate incident, the act shows gaps in the regulatory duties of the NCAR. The helicopter, which was contracted by the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited, plunged into the Atlantic Ocean near Boni Finima off the coast of Calabar on October 24th with 6 passengers and 2 crew members. 5 bodies of the 8 victims have been recovered, while the remaining 3 are still yet to be found. And the governor of Edo State, Monday Okpebolo, has approved the dissolution of all commissions, including the Edo State Oil and Gas Producing Areas Development Commission in Edo State. A release by the Secretary to the State Government, Umar Ikilu, on Tuesday listed other commissions affected as the Edo State Independent Electoral Commission, the Civil Service Commission, the Edo State Forestry Commission, the House of Assembly Service Commission, and the State Audit Service Commission, as well as the Judicial Service Commission. The governor of Anambra State, Chukwuma Soludo, has expressed doubts that the release of the detained leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, Nnamdi Kanu, would bring an end to the insecurity challenges in the southeast. Speaking during the press briefing on Tuesday at the Governor's Lodge in Amawa, Soludo said that criminals are now exploiting the Biafran struggles. He insisted that the activities have nothing to do with genuine liberation struggle, stating that such crimes are purely driven by greed and lawlessness. And Nigeria and other African countries are teaming up to establish a continental credit rating agency to counterbalance Western credit rating agencies' bias against Africa. This was disclosed on Tuesday at the launch of the Debt Management Forum for Africa, an inaugural policy dialogue on making debt work for Africa, policies, practices and opinions, organized by the African Development Bank in Abuja, S&P Global Ratings, Fitch Ratings and Moody's are the top 3 global rating agencies. And on the foreign scene, Russia's security services, a 29-year-old man from Uzbekistan has been detained over the killing of Senior General Igor Krylov and his assistant in Moscow. Lieutenant General Igor Krylov, head of the Radiation, Chemical and Biological Protection Forces, was outside a residential block early on Tuesday when an explosive device hidden in a scooter was detonated remotely. The Russian security service said the unnamed suspect was recruited by the Ukrainian intelligence. And on sports, Nigerian fielder Fisayo Dele Bashiru was involved in a car accident near Braccino, Italy on Saturday evening. According to reports, Dele Bashiru emerged without any serious injury from the incident just a day before Lazio's 6-0 defeat to Inter Milan. It was reported that Dele Bashiru was driving his Lamborghini in a high-traffic area when the accident happened, and authorities responded swiftly, conducting thorough investigations at the scene. And those are the change around from our newsroom at this time. We'll update you at the top of the hour.
In the last 3 years, we have center which in our constituency tell you that the people who are living already enjoying it. Okay.
Welcome to the program. I'm Okpeyemi Owushini. We begin with the major business news. The Nigerian government has pledged to address the regulatory and bureaucratic hurdles facing exporters in order to create new pathways for boosting the nation's economy. Trade and Investment Minister Jumoke Oduwole made a statement during a ministerial export consultation held in Lagos, where she commended the top 100 exporters for their significant contributions to economic growth. The Controller General of Customs, Adeni Wale, also recognized the valuable impact of exporters on the economy and called for a stronger push to accelerate export growth. The Vienna-based organization of the petroleum exporting countries, OPEC, has announced that the ministerial meeting of the OPEC Plus Alliance, originally scheduled for Sunday, December 1st, will now take place on December 5th, 2024. The 22-member OPEC Plus group, led by Saudi Arabia and Russia, was set to discuss their output policy for 2025 amid declining crude prices. OPEC stated that the meeting had been rescheduled because several ministers will be attending the 45th Gulf Summit in Kuwait City. Recently, oil prices have received support from the expectations that key OPEC Plus nations will delay a planned increase in production, originally scheduled to begin in January 2025. We'll take a short break now and be back with more stories from the corporate world. Welcome back. MTN Nigeria Communications PLC has announced another round of commercial paper issuances, Series 13 and 14, worth up to 50 billion naira in the disclosure to the Nigerian exchange market, signed by its company secretary Uto Ukani, FCIS. This development comes on the heels of the successful completion of MTN Series 11 and 12 commercial papers offerings, which raised a substantial sum of 75.18 billion naira. Now, building on this momentum, MTN Nigeria has confirmed plans to launch the new Series 13 and 14 commercial papers under its robust 250 billion naira commercial paper insurance program. This initiative is part of the company's efforts to diversify its funding sources, with proceeds from the new issuance allocated to strengthening short-term working capital and supporting its financial plans. Airtel Africa has appointed Dunse Bouncing as the Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of Airtel Nigeria, following the end of Carl Cruz's tenure in the same position. This role, effective from 1st of November 2024, will see Bouncing also become a member of the Executive Council for the Airtel Africa Group. Cruz, whose tenure had just ended, returned to his home country, the Philippines, at the end of October 2024. Now, with a Master of Business Administration from Tigaraja School of Management, Bouncing has extensive experience across the telecommunications industry and returns to Nigeria following his appointment as Managing Director and CEO of Airtel Tanzania in 2022. We'll take a break now, but when Money Matters return, we'll be discussing Nigerian households grappling with the reality of not being able to provide healthy and nutritional meals. I'll bring you details after this break. Welcome back. Lack of money has left 2/3 of households in Nigeria grappling with the reality of not being able to provide healthy and nutritional meals. A survey by the National Bureau of Statistics, NBS, has revealed. The NBS survey, titled Nigeria General Household Survey Panel, DHS Panel Waves 5 2023/24, reflects an apparent reflection of the multi-dimensional poverty in the country and the impact of continuous reduction in the purchasing power of Nigerians. That's due to rising prices of of goods and services in the country. Now, in a significant twist, the survey also showed that households in the country experience 6.7% power blackouts every week. On food insecurity, the survey stated that approximately 2 out of 3 households indicated being unable to eat healthy, nutritious, or preferred food because of lack of money in the last 30 days. Similarly, 63.8% of households ate only a few kinds of food due to lack of money, and 62.4% were worried about not having enough food to eat, and 60.5% ate less than they thought they should. This is quite alarming if you agree with me. Now, let's discuss this further. Economist Segun Shokpiton now joins me on the program. Thank you for joining me on the program, Mr. Shokpiton. Now, the NBS survey shows that 2/3 of Nigerian households are unable to afford nutritious meal, which is quite alarming. Now, what do you think are the primary economic factors driving this high level of food insecurity in the country?
There's really only one thing going on. It's the attack. I mean, that's the only way that I can see it. There is a concerted attack on the purchasing power of Nigerians. And the disposable income of Nigerians. The policies that this government has implemented in the last, since they came on board, have consistently, I mean, you can just pick them one by one. There are at least 4 or 5 policies that have been implemented over the last 18 months that have systematically eroded the purchasing power of Nigerians. Start with the subsidy removal, move to the devaluation of the naira, move to the removal of subsidy on power and electricity, move to the increase in certain taxes, and I can just go on and on. But all of these policies, one after the other. In fact, I should also add, in a bid to fight the inflation that resulted from all of these policies, the central bank has also consistently increased interest rates. This is also contributing to the erosion of the purchasing power of Nigerians. Systematically over the last 18 months, one by one, these policies have come and have made the cost of living, significantly higher than where they were just 18 months ago. And the outcome is what we're now seeing. This is empirical data. This is empirical information from the government's own data gathering agency, no less, that Nigerians are in dire straits and that Nigerians are suffering. I mean, if you look at that report, it paints a very gory picture of a people that are under siege from insensitive government policies, and that's just it. Those are the economic factors. There's nothing else.
So, with inflation rising every month, how significant do you think the impact of rising food prices and inflation on Nigerian households? And then, what does this mean for the average family's ability to maintain a healthy diet, which is quite important, especially for families that have young children?
The report has been very categorical. I think I should also add, before I move on to that, I should also add the food insecurity. The physical insecurity in the country and how that has also gotten worse and made the problem worse. So in the middle belt, where most of our food comes from, middle belt and the northwest, so the north central and the northwest, where most of our food as a country comes from, there have been different types of escalation in insecurity in those places. The military and the security services are trying, but they're obviously not doing enough, because if they were, then we wouldn't have a situation where we simply can't grow enough food to meet our local needs. So we have to augment that by importing food. Farmers cannot go to the farm. Recently, the military was said to have started an operation where some soldiers, detachment of soldiers, would accompany farmers to the farm just to enable them farm, because if they're not accompanied, then they will either be killed or kidnapped by these various non-state actors. And that is also a very significant contributing factor both to the food insecurity and to the rising cost of food, food inflation in the country. Having said that, to the question that you asked, look, the implications of this is very clear from that report. We're facing a significant medium-term problem. And the challenge with a lot of human beings, especially in this part of the world, is that we don't see a problem until it's on us. What this report is basically telling us is that 5 years from today, if these things don't change and if there is no improvement, productivity of the workforce, the Nigeria population and the Nigeria workforce is going to drop sharply, drastically, in terms of their ability, just physical strength to work. People are going to be less healthy. People are going to fall ill more frequently. People are going to miss work more frequently. The brain power of the average person, average Nigerian living in these conditions will suffer, will reduce. Ability to concentrate and think better will reduce, because these things are basically dependent on good nutrition, on healthy nutrition and on a balanced diet. If you don't eat well, and you don't maintain a healthy lifestyle, your body will not function optimally, including your brain. So what we will see over the next 5 years or so is that productivity will decline sharply, and we won't even know what is going on. We'll just realize that the economy is not growing as quickly as it should. And like I said, because in this part of the world, sometimes we just struggle to diagnose these problems. We struggle to see them until they are upon us. We may not even recognize what it is, or even when it is upon us. But this is one of the fundamental implications of this. It's the fact that people are going to be less healthy. There's going to be a lot more a crisis, a healthcare crisis, if you like. People needing more medical attention, people falling ill more, and all of that. So it doesn't sound like a crisis right now, but trust me, when it begins to happen, we will then recognize that we are in trouble. So this is something that the government will do well not to ignore. It's something that requires immediate and urgent action if we don't want to have a crisis on our hands. 10 years ago, 15 years ago, when people were talking about the education problem in the north, northeast particularly, northwest and north central as well, it appeared as though people were just making noise. But you can see where we are today. We have millions of young Nigerians, and I'm not talking of the out-of-school children. I'm talking of the ones that have been out of school and have now grown into adulthood, who are basically, the recruitment pool for terrorists. So 10, 15 years ago, it wouldn't have appeared to be a problem. But here we are today. So in the same vein, this report is signaling the beginning of another crisis. If we don't respond, if government does not respond and try to reverse, this indicators, these very negative indicators regarding, the cost of living and the quality of life of Nigerians, generally speaking.
But what role do you think the government should play in addressing food insecurity in Nigeria? Are there current policies and programs that you think would be sufficient to address all of this? Or is there a need for more targeted interventions? Let's bear in mind that the CBN has raised the NPR about 6 times already this year.
I think straight away you've got to, first of all, I think government has got to admit that there is a problem. No matter how good your intentions are, and I'm being very magnanimous, I'm being charitable in assuming that the intentions are good, right? No matter how good your intentions are, if the outcomes of those intentions are negative, then your good intentions are, they're just that. They're good intentions. They will never transcend from good intentions into good deeds. So where we are today is that the government has got to recognize that even if the intentions were good with a lot of these policies that they're introducing, they've got to recognize that, perhaps this is why administrations before them hesitated to implement these policies. There's a reason there was hesitation from past administrations. There's a reason why, when there was a resistance to some of these policies, those past administrations listened. And look, if you've implemented these policies and you can see immediate, short-term, very drastically adverse consequences you have to react. You know, you can't respond to the reality confronting you today that Nigerians are, you know, basically suffering. You can't respond to that by continuing to promise them that, don't worry, in 5 years' time, it's going to get better. And I'm being charitable. The World Bank, actually, you know, the World Bank and the IMF are the primary drivers of these policies. And they have come out to say we should be patient for 10 to 15 years before the benefits of these policies will begin to bear fruit. My goodness, imagine Nigerians living for another 10 to 15 years with 66% of us, almost 70% of Nigerians, unable to afford healthy food, unable to afford a healthy diet, you know, on a daily basis. Imagine that continuing for another 10 to 15 years. It's basically going to decimate this country. So what government needs to do today is to find another way to resolve the fiscal structure problems, the fiscal imbalance problems that we're trying to fix in introducing these policies. There has to be another way. There is never only one way to skin a cat. It doesn't exist. There is no problem that can be solved in only one way. The thing is that you have to look at the different ways and look at the ones whose outcomes and consequences are more manageable and more acceptable, you know, for the largest number of stakeholders. And that's what the government, you know, so if you ask me what can the government do in terms of intervention today, I think the primary thing that needs to happen is that government needs to recognize that they are creating a monster that we will not be able to control 10 years from today if we do not act today and find a way to ease the burden. Just the burden of just staying alive on the majority of Nigerians is just too much. Government has got to find a way to address this, either by providing subsidies, targeted subsidies, you know, in specific sectors. I've always said food and transportation subsidies can be reintroduced or introduced in a targeted manner, in a manner that will ensure that the most vulnerable, the people that are the object and the subject of this report, can gain access to those subsidies. That is one thing that can happen. Another thing that the government can do is to immediately implement policies that will reduce the drivers of the cost of living crisis, the cost of petrol and the exchange rates. You know, the government can find a middle ground between what they're trying to achieve and where we were before, rather than just shrug and tell all of us that, don't worry, everything is going to be fine in the end. On the long run, like economists will say, everybody's dead. So this promises of a future light at the end of the tunnel will not do the trick. Government has got to act today.
But Mr. Shepkwito, it's actually true that it is really clear, I meant to say, that the government has a big part to play. But then what about in terms of boosting local agriculture? What strategies do you think should be put in place to reduce Nigeria's reliance on imported food?
There's so many things that need to be done. And obviously, the most critical issue that has to be addressed today is security. There has to be a carefully developed, well thought through intervention that will ensure that people can farm. Right now, too many farmers can no longer farm. It's a major driver for the food inflation. So, you know, if it's getting the army, the Nigerian army or the Nigerian military working hand in hand, maybe just suggesting with the Nigerian police, civil defense, and every other armed, you know, paramilitary organization within the security architecture of this country to come together, develop a force, you know, a personnel force of a certain number. Look at the number of farmers. You know, we've got to be scientific about the solution to this thing, this security issue. How many farmers do we have? How many local governments do we have that are under direct and immediate threats from this insecurity problem? If you come down to the southwest, there's still an insecurity problem, but it's not as exacerbated as it is in the north central and in the northwest in particular. And you might as well just add the northeast to that. So take all of the local governments in those places. do some sort of a head count and a census of the number of farmers or the number of farms that you have. How many people, how many personnel do you need to provide immediate security to those people, for a medium-term period? You could even say 2 years. How can you mobilize the number of men that you need to secure these farms? We have to be that granular in how we're approaching the security problem. Right now, this idea of just going on attacking, the different armed combatants, whether it's Boko Haram, whether it's the bandits, and the new one, Lakarua, or what's their name, all of those people, just trying to mount an assault on them is not enough, because those things will take time. We have to develop carefully worked out solutions to ensure that people can go back to the farm, specifically targeted at farmers. If we don't do that, all other interventions to boost the productivity of our agricultural sector will fail. So those other interventions, providing the factors of production, providing fertilizer, providing seeds that have been, I'm not talking of GMO, seeds that are research based, whose yields have been increased, and all of that. We can do all of those things, providing mechanized inputs, tractors, and what have you, enabling farmer cooperatives, across the board, across the country, enabling them with the different things that they need to farm more. All of those things are necessary. But I think the primary issue that needs to be addressed is this security or insecurity problem. The government has to tackle this head on and tackle this in a very deliberate manner to ensure that we achieve results within a very clearly well-defined time frame. That time frame can be 1 year, it can be 2 years, it can be more. But we've got to be more targeted about these things. Right now, it just looks as if people are just doing business as usual. None of these problems are going to be solved business as usual.
Now, we've explored potential solutions, but then what will you see are the potential consequences of continued food insecurity for Nigeria's economy, like the one we're experiencing at the moment? That's particularly in terms of health, productivity, and social stability for the average Nigerian.
Well, I'd addressed a number of this, when we started this conversation. And I think that's just about it. If we don't address this, our economy will feel it. So the president says by I think he said by 2027 or is it by 2030 that we want Nigeria's economy to be a $1 trillion economy. First of all, let us recognize that as a result of the devaluation of the naira, the policy of this administration, our economy has dropped from being a $500 billion GDP economy to about between 250 to 300, from the biggest economy in Africa in dollar terms to the fourth largest in Africa in dollar terms. That in itself is a huge problem. And then you now want to add on top of that a workforce that has been systematically incapacitated over an extended period of time. Productivity will fail and the economy will feel it. So we'll be implementing policies, and we'll be wondering why they're not working. And it will take somebody doing a deep dive, a very critical root cause analysis at that time to realize and discover that the reason that the economy is not growing as it ought to, in spite of all of the inputs from government, in spite of all of the policy action and initiatives at that time, may well be that the people are sick. that a good chunk of Nigerians are sick. So if we are unable to address this report, this very, very insightful and incisive report by the Nigeria Bureau of Statistics, if government doesn't take it as feedback and develop an action plan to reverse this trend, then everything that they are planning everything that that we've set out as targets and objectives over the medium to the long term by this administration will be in jeopardy, and it may very well not work. So I think it's in the interest of government to recognize this and begin to respond as quickly as possible.
Well, economist Segun Shokpito, many thanks for lending your thoughts on the program. That's it on this episode of the program. Many thanks for joining us. I'm Okpeyemi Owosheni. See you next time.
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
Because when you go into public office, you must be ready to answer to the people.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians are saying in this part of the world.
A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, and use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues. Inspecting his ruined ginger farm. Elisha Handan is one of the big ginger farmers in the Sarbon Serki area of Jaba local government area of Kaduna State in northwest Nigeria. Virtually all the ginger in his 4-hectare land here have been hit by a strange disease which is causing the leaves of the ginger plant to turn brown, dry up and then die.
I planted ginger here this year, early April. The ginger was doing well, germinated well, doing well. When I applied the first fertilizer or the first application of fertilizer, the ginger grew very effectively and very well. Suddenly, I started to spot out some symptoms of disease. I thought that it's a normal, maybe shortage of rain. I never knew there's a menace. Before I know, the whole farm was affected. And not only in this farm, but all of my farms, out of about 4, all of them were affected. And you can see the effect of the disease all over. That's where, anywhere you go now, you see all of the farms, they are looking like this.
It's the same story for Joseph Jatu, another ginger farmer in Jama'a local government area of the state. His entire ginger farm has caught the same disease, sparing only the vegetable he planted within the farm.
Both the leaves dry and the rhizome inside the ground also get rotten. So we are suffering a lot of loss, especially in this particular part of the world where we produce a lot of ginger. That is the mainstay of our economy, is now nowhere to be found. That the sustainable aspect of it is ruined by this infection. You can see we have abandoned this farm. We are not within it anymore. and can see the grass because we are discouraged.
Nigeria ranks among the largest producers of ginger in the world, and southern Kaduna accounts for the bulk of Nigeria's fresh ginger production. Almost every farmer in the region of the country grows ginger on a commercial scale. The current ginger disease will therefore seriously impact the local economy of the area, as this year's harvest is already affected.
We are pleading for an intervention. If there is any preventing method or measure that the government will take, please, they should intervene. We have tried all that within our own. I have tried all that within my own end. I've applied fungicide, all the measures that one would do. I've done it, but to no effect.
And what we are asking for is that both government at all level and as well as even the international community should come to our help, because this is more than disaster. When disaster occurs, you find out that ready material will be sent down there. This is a disaster, economic disaster. And we need help from within the government and within the international community.
This outbreak is already posing a lot of threat on the continuity of the ginger cultivation, because a lot of farms have gone down. So the hope of having seedlings for future cultivation is actually a major concern. So it calls for a state of emergency for intervention from all spheres of government, individuals of goodwill, and international community.
When an incident happened like this, there will be rapid response strategy adopted by all relevant agencies to cope the situation, identify the challenge, and not leave it in the hands of the poor farmer or just an association to tackle it. We have worked hand in gloves with almost all the relevant agencies to address these matters. But most of the efforts we are doing now is mostly on our own.
At the Institute for Agricultural Research in the state, scientists are hard at work trying to understand the disease and come up with a solution. But there's no definitive breakthrough.
Actually, the organisms we are suspecting, like most fungi, when the environment is moist, there is high relative humidity, low temperature, the organisms are favored. And we are suspecting there are multiple fungi, as I showed you here. So, but the specific one was still on. So that is what we are doing. From the interview and from what we saw, we gave them some suggestions on what to do to remedy the rhizomes that are in the soil. And possibly we are planning, or if we get opportunity, of course we have to train them or explain to them what measures we should take against the next season. We are likely having the organism to belong to the family Humaceae, what we call water mold. Those are what, among the fungi, you know, they are in the categories. They are the water lovers. They multiply very fast when you have low temperature and high relative humidity. So, and most of them, they seem to be more sensitive to the metalaxyl group and some other groups. So we suggested those one for them. But as we said, there are some other organisms there. It's like complex issue. So we suggested if they get metalaxyl containing fungicides along with carbendazim or tobaconazole, that one can work. So these are some of the suggestions we gave them. So from the infected plants, the rhizomes also are carrying the inoculum. And because everybody is into production. The source of seed or rhizome for next season is usually from the previous year's harvest. To harvest part of it, sell it and get the money, keep the other one to become seed for the following season. And the organisms, by the time the crop is off or the season is off, during the dry season, they go produce surviving structures. These are the structures they are able to survive under unfavorable conditions. The dry season, they don't have the host. There is no plant growing. So, and those ones are now left in the soil. So if you bring your crop next year to plant, they will now infect it. And as I told you, almost every piece of land in that ginger growing area is subjected to ginger. Even if it's not 100% ginger, that is, they will plant ginger, and as the season goes on, they will go and intercept few stands of maize or a few stands of other crop. But the main crop has been ginger, and year in, year out. So both the soils and the rhizome are already a source of inoculum. So that is most likely what had happened. And so that's why we said we have to tackle it both ways, both in the soil, both in the seed. And of course, the simpler one for us is the seed. You can manage by handling the seed, because it will be difficult for you either to drench 10 hectares with fungicide. It will be so costly. So it's easier to address or treat the rhizome before you go to the field with it. So that is what, and then as I said, the pathogen is, one of them is an umacid, which is polycyclic. That is what we are saying polycyclic is during the season, apart from the inoculum that started infection at the beginning of the season, as the leaves are growing, the organism is producing more and more and more and more of the inoculum, which we call secondary inoculum. And those ones are spread to other healthy plants around by air. Rain splash, when it rains, blows it up and down. And so you see that the disease multiplies very rapidly during the rainy season. Even if the initial inoculum was small, but because it's a polycyclic disease, it multiplies very fast. Before you reach half the season, a lot of fields have been infected.
Of course, a lot of damage has been done. We visited some of the fields and we discovered that the leaves and the rhizomes, the ginger underground, was so devastated that the damage was so severe. And our target, of course, is to preserve the little harvest, whatever is still remaining, against next season. But like I said, in the interim, we made suggestions to farmers where the incidence was not very severe, and the farmers applied our management measures that we gave them, and they reported, some of them reported to us that they were getting good result from the management of the disease on their crop. Now, our target now is to protect the harvest against next season. But this problem has actually been available, it has been around at a lower magnitude. It is this year that it reached epidemic, most likely because of continuous production on the same area of land. Most diseases of agricultural crops are best managed culturally by rotating the crops on the fields. If you grow one crop on a particular field year in, year out, there is a build-up of the disease inoculum that will get to a level that it explodes. In other words, it causes a severe damage on the crop. So the Kaduna state government is making arrangement to sensitize or train the farmers on how to manage their fields. So one of the major ways is to practice crop rotation. And when the fields are waterlogged, when there is poor drainage, it enhances the activities of this disease-causing organism, and therefore the incidence gets so high, and there will be a high level of damage. So at the sensitizing workshop or the training that will be mounted by sponsored by the state government, we intend to create this awareness to farmers so that they will know how to manage it, and then other measures in which they can preserve the planting materials so that they remain healthy until the planting season.
If you go to your farm and you discover that all your ginger is healthy, the leaves, nothing is happening to them, will you suspect that something is wrong with it?
As they wait for a definitive pronouncement from the Institute for Agricultural Research, the farmers are now getting some helpful information on the likely cause of the disease.
Our depth research confirms that these bacterial webs, they are bacteriums. They are pathogenic bacteriums that actually attack the ginger. It's not something you can see with your eyes. If you don't know the signs, you won't know when to take action. And that's why some of you, when you saw it, some of you call ants, soldier ants and things like that. And you did not take action on time. And when they started giving you interventions, some of you came to us and started complaining.
One of the big corporate farmers in the area has been holding special sessions like this one to further train and enlighten the farmers of best farming practices to prevent the disease.
What we are trying to achieve is how to sensitize other farmers from the large scale to the large scale farmers to medium and small scale farmers on how to manage the situation on ground in order to have a possible way to salvage the remnant of what is left in their farms in order to preserve seed against next farming season.
Well, I have never heard of government intervention yet. I never heard it. So we at our own level, we are working with farmers. So this is our own level, this is our own efforts of trying to intervene, bringing farmers together, sensitizing them on some of the mistakes, of course, that they had made before, and some of the practices that have been practicing before that led to this outbreak. Ignorantly, they don't know, honestly. So, because when we interviewed, when we were discussing with them, some of them never knew at all whether it is a disease or anything. They were just imagining what has come about this. But when we now put them together in this training, we sat them down and we told them, this is how it has all started, that we have come to this point. So now that we have, come together, bring farmers together, and we have discussed with them, I want to believe that federal government is hearing. And so at our own level, yes, we have made our impact, but we believe that when federal government hears of this and hears the level of intervention at which at least Rima Guarantee Network is doing, they can now come in as a father. And so we want to believe that their intervention will save this situation because they have the muscles to do it. Now, when we went around the farm, we discovered that because some farmers don't have so much land, some of them even grow ginger year in, year out. Under good recommendation, you don't grow ginger like that. And so if you are growing it year in, year out, you are going to aggravate the development of those diseases. And that is why it has happened to this level. And because you understand, many people now are conscious of investing in agriculture. And so the level of ginger cultivation in southern Kaduna this year is far more than every other year you will think of. So everybody has gone in, but they are using old seeds. old seeds that have been sold for years, carrying diseases, not treated. The seeds are not treated, the soil is not treated. And so when they plant this, it leads to the outbreak of this fungal and bacterial disease that we're seeing.
If you check ginger production in Southern Kaduna, we were not using chemical fertilizer from onset to a larger extent early 90s. We were not using chemical fertilizer. It's either we use cattle dung, or we use goat manure, or we use waste, or we use poultry compost and things like that. And the beneficial insects were not being disturbed. When these beneficial insects are not disturbed, then they have the power to deal with these fungi that destroy crops and so forth. But now that since early 90s to this time, even this years, where much of chemical fertilizer is poured into the farm, if you see the application, it's no matter of that they follow recommendation. No, they don't follow recommendation. All they want is that the more fertilizer they put, they feel that will bring them the more ginger. And so therefore, this chemical fertilizer begin to destroy this beneficial insect and rendering the fungicide and bacteria that are meant to attack our crop to have more strength, multiply, become powerful soldiers that said, well, now we are ready. We are now a brigade of soldiers. We can now deal with this ginger and things like that, nothing to stop us.
So what we would have to do, the reality, is to, of course, re-sensitize the farmers on the inputs they use. Now that this has been activated, next year, it will still happen again. The best solution to this, the truth, if wishes were horses, is to abandon that land for 2-3 years. That is the best. 2-3 years, don't do anything on that land. That'll be the best. Then come back in the 4th year and do it.
The farmers are hoping that what they learned from this seminar, in addition to advice from the Institute for Agricultural Research, will help them overcome their current challenge.
By the grace of God, we are almost losing hope. But with this workshop, we really appreciate God. That is why I'm very highly expected, and I give God all the glory for attending this very wonderful workshop. We are always losing hope, thinking that all hope lost, we can't even move forward. But with this workshop today, we are picking up.
In fact, I really appreciate it, and I equally gain much about this lecture, because I learned where we, the farmers, have come short in the planting of the ginger. First of all, we have to clean the ginger before farming it. Then we should look for compound manure. We should not put ourselves much in these chemicals. So I really get more from the lecture today.
Ginger to Southern Kaduna means a lot because it's the major cash crop of the Southern Kaduna people. There are other crops Southern Kaduna people cultivate, but predominantly they cultivate those crops for food, for their own personal consumption. But when it comes to ginger is actually the major cash crop, meaning that it is the economic booster and the sustainer of the people of Southern Kaduna. As agric is actually the only industry that provide a space for everyone, both the learned and the unlearned. So ginger is actually a major cash crop that actually help a lot of families and individuals in Southern Kaduna to be sustained economically.
If the whole of ginger is destroyed, it's going to affect the GDP of the country. It will go to affect the income of farmers. It will increase poverty. So it's a matter of really urgent interest that needs to be addressed, because I can tell you that more than 90% of ginger growing in Southern Kaduna has been infested. And so it means that by next year, the farmers will not have enough seeds to plant. So it's going to affect their income.
Nigeria's ginger output is sure to take a dip this year and will sure hit the farmers hard. They're hoping that the remedial measures they've been taught to apply will work before a final solution comes from the Institute for Agricultural Research, which is racing against time to find a final fix to the problem.
Many thanks for joining us again on the newsroom. I am Victoria Akonde. Now, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu on Wednesday presented the 2025 appropriation bill to a joint session of the National Assembly, highlighting the resilience of the Nigerian economy amid ongoing reforms. Speaking to lawmakers, Tinubu noted that the economy is responding positively to targeted stimulus packages and deliberate fiscal reforms. Key economic indicators he reported have shown promising improvement, saying Nigeria's GDP growth reached 3.46% in the third quarter of compared to 2.54% in 2023. Meanwhile, Senate President Godswill Akpabio says the Nigerian government will extend the life of the 2024 budget till June 2025. Akpabio made the announcement on Wednesday at the joint session of the National Assembly. He stated that the process to extend the budget is ongoing to allow the full implementation of the capital component of the budget. Now, the Nigerian Correctional Service has appointed Ajibogun Olatubosun as the new controller for the Federal Capital Territory Command. This was disclosed in a statement signed by the command spokesperson Adamu Dazu on Wednesday. Olatubosun takes over from Controller Usman, who has been redeployed to Zone R in Maiduguri as the acting zonal coordinator. In a sad turn of events, the Lagos State Emergency Management Agency on Wednesday confirmed the death of a truck driver who was involved in an accident around Kara Bridge. The permanent secretary of the agency, Olufemi Oke Osonyitolu, confirmed in a statement that Lasema had received a distress call at about 4:26. It disclosed male driver in the incident and the body had been taken away before the arrival of the agency's response team. In the world of business, President Bola Tinubu has set at 1,500 per dollar target in the 2025 appropriation bill presented to the joint session of the 10th National Assembly in Abuja on Wednesday. According to him, the target was to enable the Nigerian government to ensure the smooth implementation of the 2025 budget. This marks a reduction of about 200 naira from the current rate of 1,700 naira to $1. On the foreign scene, South Korea's impeached President Yoon Suk-yeol failed to appear before the country's corruption watchdog on Wednesday, it said, after he was summoned for questioning over his martial law bid. Yoon was stripped of his duties by Parliament over the weekend following his short-lived December 3rd martial law declaration, which plunged the country into its worst political turmoil in decades. Finally, on sports, high-flying Nigeria Premier Football League newcomers Ikorodu City have been ordered to play their next 2 home matches behind closed doors and fined 3 million naira by the MPFL board. This is in the wake of rowdy scenes occasioned by pitch encroachment, leading to physical assault on Remo Stars coach Sulaiman Kameo during Sunday's Southwest derby between both clubs in Lagos. The NPFL charged Ikorodu City for failing to provide adequate security, allowing unauthorized access to restricted areas, and the assault of Remo Stars coach Kameo. Those are the major stories from our newsroom at this moment. We'll keep you updated at 6 p.m.
welcome to another electrifying episode. E360 is back with more exciting content than ever before. And I am your host, Queen, bringing you the latest in the world of entertainment, movies, culture, dance, fashion, anything you can think of entertainment, I got you. So before we go into today's topic, let's take the latest in the world of entertainment. So first on the list, we have Wizkid. Wizkid just released his new album, and this is the 6th LP he has released and the 8th project titled Mariah. Mariah has a lot of tracks. I think he has over 16 tracks and 5 guest appearances so far, and it's really amazing that Wizkid has actually earned 12.12 million streams in his first full day of the release. That was on Spotify, and that's like the biggest streaming platform ever. Like that's the highest ranking so far, and it's really amazing, like seeing our own Nigerian artists breaking or let's just say breaking records and everything. Is really amazing, and that's a good one for Wizkid. So second on the list, we have the 2024 Billboard Musical Awards, which promises to be exciting as Afrobeat contenders receive their awards. And guess what? Nigerians are not left out. We have likes of Terms, we have likes of Ashake, we have likes of Burna Boy, and we have likes of Rema. They've all been nominated in the category of the top Afrobeat artists, and I'm really excited to like see who actually will get this. And it's going to be happening on the 12th of December. So I think everyone should be elected and like be waiting for this, and let's see who actually is going to go home with the award. So last on the list, last time I talked about movies coming up in November, and trust me, they've been making waves. We have The Ghetto Love Story, which is actually directed, I think it was owned by Basket Mount. This is his first debut in the cinema, and guess what? It has made 22.3 million views so far, or I think money so far, and it is actually amazing. Like, it's been trending. We have likes of Mama G, we have Dorothy, we have Mr. Juchuku. We have a lot of characters in that movie. So I think we should all go to the cinemas and let's see what we have for this festive season. So today we'll be diving into the world of theater acts. So sit back, relax, and let's explore the magic together. We'll be right back. So here with me in the studio is a singer, a chanter, and also the founder and artistic director of Ankara Black Playhouse, which is the boarding theater production company. He has gathered so many experiences in working and collaborating with international and local organizations, government agencies, and private organizations like the British Council, the National Theatre of Nigeria, and others. And here in the studio we have Boluwatife. Hello. Hi. That intro was good. Hello. Good afternoon.
So good to be here.
Yes, good. My pleasure. Your pleasure
and
as well.
You look amazing.
Thank you. I appreciate.
Yeah.
So now let's just get into it. How has everything been in the theater act industry?
That's a lot.
So just relax and just unwind everything.
Okay, so it's been beautiful.
Good.
It's been beautiful. Firstly, I am excited that I'm doing what I really wanted to do.
Oh, that's good.
I've always wanted to study theatre, and I did theatre, and that's so for me it's about 10 years performing as a professional theatre performer.
Great.
For 10 years, and it's been beautiful, moving from one project to the other, working with different persons, putting together different projects. So because I wear many hats, I wear the hat as a room designs that I should wear. So at some point I will be a director, at some point an actor, at some point a singer, at some point a chanter, at some point a producer. So as the role comes, I fit into them quite differently. It's been a very interesting journey. The trajectory has been great, but it's just been challenging because, so here in the last 2 months, let's say I've been an actor. I'm just excited being an actor. And then the next 2 months, I'm supposed to be a director now. So that's another space entirely.
Yes.
The next 2 months, I'm supposed to be a writer. So presently, I just finished producing a project last week. I am writing presently. I have a project to direct for December. But in all honesty, it's been beautiful. And I think it just helps me to discover myself the more. I get to know, Bolisu, you can do this.
Yeah.
You can do this. So it's been fun. It's been great.
That's good. So let's say so far it has been amazing. It's something that you really like it's something that you actually like and you got into it.
Oh yes,
definitely.
Yes,
so now, how did you start directing, singing, chanting, writing, everything? How have you been managing?
Okay, so how did I start? I think for me, the art found me. Okay. So as a child, I remember very clearly, very vividly, that I was the only child for the longest before my younger sister came. So I know that I was always all by myself in the house.
Okay.
So I just had to sing, I like to write, I like to dance. So maybe writing wasn't something very, very easy for me at the time, but I know acting was something I really wanted to do. Singing was something I really wanted to do. So I joined the school social, at the time they called them social club or something.
Yeah.
So I joined them at the time. Fast forward to secondary school. I was in sciences from like senior secondary school 1 to 3.
So how did you switch?
I mean, I was in the sciences, but I was the social prefect of my school. We embarked on different social projects. And then, you know, I just got to some point in my senior secondary school 3. I just said to myself, you know what, I'm done chasing this. I just wanted to be a medical doctor.
Okay.
I love the way they dress, you know. But at SS3, I just said, you know what, I can't do this. Then I applied. I then decided to leave the sciences for the arts. And then afterwards, I wrote my first YECO. It was horrible. Then the following year, I prepared harder. I gained admission to study theatre. I did theatre. So after leaving school in 2016, 2014 was my first major performance. It was in Abuja. I went with Razaki Ojobakari Productions at the time. Then 2015, I worked with Lagos State Council for Arts and Culture. 2016, I graduated. Then I started my stage play production company in 2016.
That's good.
I did all of those. I went to serve. I was the DOS of my platoon on camp. I was the assistant director for my CDS. Then I wrote and directed my states, that's Abia State, because I was in Abia. Abia State's drama entry into the National Youth Service Corps Dance and Drama Competition at the time.
That's
we came
great.
first in Southeast Zone, then we went to Abuja. We came, I think, 4th or 5th. Then, you know, I came back to Lagos. I continued my theatre. So I was directing, I was producing, I was writing. Then at some point, I got hired by a few persons to direct their shows for them. At some point, I produced for a few persons. Then I wrote a couple of plays. I know I wrote a play for one company like that in partnership with Lagos State government one time. So it's just been all of this and all along. But I know that most importantly, then at some point I started doing children's theatre. So because I love to teach children theatre.
Okay.
So I started working. So at some point I worked with Groverwood College Ikeja. I worked with Green Springs School Nigeria as a drama consultant for a couple of months, for about a year. Then, so it's just me moving from one room to the other, from one room to the other.
And it's really amazing that you literally have like the talent of singing, writing, everything at once. And trust me, I know you've been nailing it because come on, most times you get to say, oh, I'm good at singing, I'm good in chanting, or I'm good in doing this, but like some persons may not be good everywhere. But now you actually fill up every single day, like you said. So now, have you been able to manage challenges so far, the stress, and let's just say you trying to meet up with things you have to do? Have you been in a situation where you have to direct a play and also write the play and everything?
Oh, so in the last 8 years, if I've directed about 100 plays, I have written about 80 of them or 85.
So let's just say most times you just
I write
and you direct.
I direct.
That's good.
Then I get a friend of mine or a couple of friends to sit together with me to co-produce. Okay, so this is what we're looking at doing and all of that. But it's been challenging because I know that there are times when, so I remember very vividly in 2017, I will write in the night. I'll go to direct in the morning. I'll come back from rehearsal in the evening.
And
I'll rest
writing.
the night. I'll continue writing because the plays were in bits and in pieces. But you know, there are times when I'm like, oh, so I have like 2 months. I need to write this play. I need to do script conference because I want people to read, give me feedbacks. We don't think we want this. Take this out, add that. Then I need to finish up this script before the next rehearsal where we are meeting. Yes, but it's been fun. It's been challenging. But I think I've been able to walk through all of this. Firstly, by God's grace, I will never take that out of it. And secondly, I think being able to prioritize. So I'm like, okay, if I need to work for 2 weeks straight, because I need to work for them, work for 2 weeks, I won't die. Because I know there are times when I really do not have stuff doing, I'm just resting, I'm like, okay, bolus of sleep, wake up, enjoy. But if work calls, I know this December, since November, it's been, finishing this, creating a show, directing the show, producing the show, then moving on. Basically, it is me prioritizing them that this happens before this happens before this, and then managing my time well. So so until coming this morning, I didn't sleep until 2 a.m. because I also knew that at the end of last night, I needed to do some graphic works because my graphic designer is delaying, and I'm like, I don't want this guy to just hold me to ransom. So I didn't sleep until 2 a.m. and I was up this morning. There's a play I'm working on. I continued typing the play. So before I head out for this place. So I'm trying to say that it is me knowing that there is a season for all of these things.
Okay.
There are times when I have everything all in my face,
Yeah.
and there are times when I have time to say, okay, let me do this before doing this. So it's me
Doing this.
understanding my season, understanding this season, and me being able to prioritize and play well with my time.
Oh, that's a lot, and that's good. That's good, like you
Thank you.
managing everything together, like you've said. So now I know you like must have directed and you rating most stage plays. So now, which one have you rated so far that it's so important to you, or like the message you were trying to pass literally just came out like, oh, this is what I want. Just tell me about one of them.
Oh.
And how did it go? Directing it, controlling the characters and everything. Just tell me about it.
Okay, so I think one of the plays that is most endearing to me is The Discourse.
Okay.
The Discourse is a play that I wrote. It discusses issues of gender-based violence, especially with women and the girl child.
Yeah.
I wrote it in 2017 while I was serving. It was the first time I experimented with the play when I was serving. That's the play I said I was writing during the night.
Oh, and
I'll
you
go to
were-
rehearse during the day.
Oh, I
Because
see.
the
It
play
turned
is
out very good.
It turned out excellently well. But I know that getting to Lagos in 2017, getting back to Lagos in 2017, then I revised the play. I reproduced it again in Lagos. The play is very endearing to me because it was my first play that explored my creativity. Explored my creativity at writing, my creativity at directing, my creativity at producing, my creativity at costuming people, you know, just creating it in my head. I want this person to look this way. And it also helped me hone my administrative skills because I had to work with a lot of persons.
Yes.
And then I was the play that got us in partnership with the National Theatre. So again, I had to attend meetings. I have to look prim and proper for everything I'm going to do.
Okay.
I shouldn't attend meeting looking like an actor. I should look like a producer.
Yes.
I shouldn't attend rehearsal looking like a producer. I should look like a director.
Yeah.
So, you know, it was very challenging for me. My creativity was challenged in all senses. It was challenged. I mean, because then I had to write a couple of songs. I had to write a couple of chants in the project. So at some point, I said, you know what? There was a bit I was supposed to show my face, like a cameo role, but it was a chant. I said, no, I don't have the energy. I'll just do a voiceover. I cannot. Okay, I don't have the energy.
At that point in time,
I can't do it. And then we're doing school runs. So myself and my operations manager at the time, before she left the country, we're going to schools, from school to invite them to watch the show at the National Theatre.
Okay.
So it was rehearsal during the night. During the day, we're doing production runs, going to schools, going to source for funds. So it was for like 2 months. But in all honesty, it was my best piece. It's been my best piece so far.
So far?
I don't want to say till now, but I mean, okay, let me say my most profound piece.
Okay.
Because I wrote it from a very, very deep place. And at the time the play was happening, everybody on the project understood what I wanted and everyone gave in their best. It was an amazing piece for me. And we're looking at doing it again next year.
Oh, that's good. That's beautiful, actually.
Thank you.
So now you're trying to you have the idea and you try to put it in characters so people get to understand what you're doing.
Yeah.
So how has it been? Because most times people may tend to not understand or not get the message you're trying to pass. Let's just say your characters now, or the people actually in the stage play. So for example, you're trying to pass a message. Have you been able to put it together and make sure that the idea you're trying to pass to pass on the stage play is actually coming to pass, coming true?
Okay, so it was a
because definitely handling working with characters can be
something.
So let's just say, have you been able to manage to pass the message you want? This is what I want and this is it.
Okay, so one thing I do is, firstly, I'm one of those directors that believe that every of my actors should be my friend.
Okay.
So even if I'm working with you for the first time, I want you to be comfortable. We'll sit, we'll gist, over a glass of wine, over a glass of drink, over a glass of water, over a glass of anything.
Yeah.
And then the first set of rehearsals, it's not me coming to say, this is what I want you to do. I'll first say, have the script ahead of time, read it. Then we'll have a reading rehearsal where we'll read, this is the entire story. What's your reaction about this? Then I ask them a lot of questions. So you're supposed to play Bingpe. Who is Bingpe? What do you think is her social status? I ask a lot of questions. Then I ask you, how do you think? Then I ask you, what's your personal objective or your personal opinion about this character you are playing? Oh, I don't like her. She's this, she's that, she's that. Good. The next thing is, you're supposed to play this character very convincingly. So I tell my actors, don't cram your lines.
Okay.
Understand it, read it, live the character. So if the character is supposed to be a 12-year-old girl who was raped by somebody and all of that, my question is, no, you've never been raped. I agree with you. It's fine. But again, can you imagine how this feels? Or have you seen videos? Or can we sit together to watch videos? So this also happened of scenes of survivors of rape survivor, and who will say, this happened, that happened. Again, because you're an actor, I want you to be as comfortable as possible in this character. So just go, take a week, read your scripts, understand your lines. Don't cram your lines. So if I'm saying he bangs my door every night, what does it feel like someone banging your door in your house every night?
Yeah.
So don't cram the line, he bangs my door every night. He now opens the door. No. Imagine it, he bangs my door every night. How does it feel when someone bangs your door? So all of those things, I just try as much as possible to bring you into the world of the character.
Okay.
Then afterwards, I also make you comfortable. Because I also know there are times there's something we call emotional spillage. I know there was a time I was performing, then I cried. I didn't know how, but I busted into tears on stage. It was about this women and girl child thing at the time.
So now I know why it's so dead to you.
I busted into tears, and at the time I left, I'm like, what happened? And I know that at the end of the play, almost every of the actors on the show, we are usually drained. Because it's a it's heavily emotional, it's heavily invested in emotions, you know.
Yeah.
But again, it is me saying to my actors that the message we are passing is this. How do you want to pass this message? When you go on stage, the audience will see you, they won't see me. How do they want them to believe that, oh, this person is actually walking through these shoes in reality? So it is you, but it is me making you comfortable. So I believe when you are comfortable walking in a very comfortable working space, maybe not super luxurious space, but again, a space where you feel like you are heard, you are seen, you are valued, your opinion matters. I think that way you're able to loosen up, we're able to say, okay, let's do this. Then I ask you, what's your opinion? Oh, my opinion about this is this. Oh, this is my opinion. Then let's meet in the middle.
Oh, that's good. So let's go on a quick break. You guys, we'll go on a quick break and be right back. Don't go anywhere, stay with us. Welcome back. So here with me is still Boluwatife, and now let's go into the one of your stage plays now. So now you talked about the one that has actually been more memorable to you, and now so far the achievements, your career and everything, have you been able to fit into it, and has it been? I just want to know. I just want to be in Boluwatife's shoes, right? Now to like know how has it been, the career part and everything.
It's been great. It's
memorable
been
moments, like moments that have been memorable so far and everything. Just let me know.
Okay, so I think every play I produce, they come with their different experiences.
Okay.
But my memorable moments are usually moments when the show ends. I step on stage and I see the audience stand up, and then they make a round of applause.
This is good.
So those moments, I feel like, yo, guy, you did well. Again, I think one of my most memorable moments was the time I got into partnership with the French government. That's the Alliance Française de Lagos. I didn't know it was going to come at the time it came, because I knew I'd pursued it a while ago. I just left it. And at the time it came and I'm like, oh, okay. And then my first show with them, I was really nervous. I was really anxious about the audience's turnout, about how the audience would receive the performance, and it was great. Then I also think that, but my most memorable of all, I think it gets better by the play. I think it was my last show, which happened in April, and I had the DG of the National Theatre, Madam Tola Kerele. She was on the hall. And then she said, I'm amazed. This is an amazing show. Then one of my clients that I go to produce stage play for, usually every year, you know, then I saw him after the show, and he said to me, he said to his colleagues at work, he said, you know what, I saw Bolu's show, and when I saw the show, it was like, I saw it the first time, which was 4 p.m. show. I had to tell my wife and my children to come all the way from the house to come to meet me.
Yeah.
And then when we saw the 7 p.m. show, it was like I was watching a movie. It didn't look like it was a stage play.
Yes.
It was the same thing. And I think for me, it was some sort of heavy word of appreciation, of encouragement for me. So I think because I'm word-driven, I'm so much word-driven, I think my memorable moments were the moments where I hear people say, well done, where I hear people say, you did so well, where people say, this is really amazing. And then, but for me, the career growth has been really interesting. It's not been easy, in all honesty.
To partner with a lot of
it's not easy, you know, having to write. It's a different thing performing. Now, having to write your performance in a way that if I haven't seen your performance, I can say, oh, reading this is some sort of pointer to where you've been, how you have been, and all of that. But in all of this, I'm so proud of myself. I'm grateful to God. I'm grateful to myself for, not giving up, for pressing on and on and on and on and on and on. But I'm sure it's always it has always gotten better.
And
I'm sure that's going forward.
Okay.
It gets way, way better.
So let's just say, where do we see yourself, or where do you see yourself in the next 5 to 10 years to come?
That question, I don't know when people ask me.
Yeah,
because I know that I want to pursue a PhD in theatre. I did my master like 4 years ago or 5 years ago. So I want to pursue a PhD in theatre. So I think in the next 10 years, I want to be a major theatre producer in Nigeria.
That's good.
And I'm not just producing theatre because I want people to come into the space to have fun. No, I want to produce theatre that drives social change, that influences people's behavior, that gets to cause some social regeneration. So I want people to think theatre and social change. I want them to think Ankara and Black. Then that's for my stage play production company, and then maybe delve into film. Yeah, just maybe.
Just maybe.
Then for me, I want to have finished my PhD, then lecturing. I really want to teach. I want to teach, so I want to be in the gown, I want to be in the town.
That's good. So now, in the theater act thing, who has been able to, or who paved the way for you? Is there anybody that you hold so much with, like, remarks to, this person actually made a way for me? And who do you look up to? Who do you see yourself to be?
Okay, so the first part, that's the former part of the question.
Yeah.
So I really would not say, but I think someone that really encouraged me so much is out of the country now. He now lectures at Leeds University, Dr. Olale Kombalogun. He encouraged me so much. He makes me believe in everything, even when it doesn't make sense to me.
Makes sense.
You say, yes, you can do it. I'm like, Doc, it doesn't make sense. I know it doesn't make sense, but you can do it, And then for the people I look up to in Nigeria, I look up to Ifeoma Fafunwa. She's a stage play director, and her performances have been amazing. I look up to her in terms of directing, in terms of directing and artistic content. Her contents are usually deep, very profound, and very well thought out, And then in terms of producing, I look forward to Bola St. Peters. She owns Terra Culture. Her performances, her production styles are usually amazing. You think, this is the end of it, and then she comes up with a new production style, and you're wondering, this is it. So for production design, I like the way she does her production design. So I look up to her for production design. For directing and for production itself, I look up to Ifeoma Fafunwa.
Oh, that's good. That's good. So tell us now about Ankara and Black Playhouse. Tell us about it. When you started, and how has it been? How many years has it been running?
8 years plus.
Oh, that's good. That's good. That's good. So how has it been?
Okay, so
managing.
I started Ankara and Black Playhouse.
And I like the name.
Okay.
Ankara and Black is like, actually everything goes good on black. So
everything
goes good on black.
Right.
So like Ankara is like a multicolor.
So I started Ankara and Black Playhouse in 2016 as a fresh out of the university.
Okay.
I finished I remember that I left school September 30th, 2016. I remember that day I said I wasn't going to sleep in that Ekiti state. I was going to leave Ekiti that day. I got back to Lagos. I got to Lagos about 11 p.m. that night.
Oh, okay.
And then October, I started my stage play production company. Our first show was on the 4th of November, 2016. And then it was just me. I just wanted to do something.
Okay.
I wanted to write. I was not even sure I could write at the time.
Yeah.
That was my first piece. I just wrote it. It was quite tacky, I called my friends, and then my friends came together and we started it. 2016, I went to serve. I returned 2017. Before I knew it, year in, year out, we started producing. It's been a lot of hard work.
Okay.
I've had friends that volunteered their time, their resources, their energy, and everything to ensure that, the house keeps running. A couple of them are out of the country. A couple of them are married. But despite the fact that they are all on their different lanes of life, they still call back to say, what's happening, Bolu? Okay, let me send you this. Let me send you this contact. Let me talk to this person for you. So
that's good.
I'm grateful to God. It has grown over the years, but it has grown only because of God, one, and two, because of my relationship with people. I say to people, I'm that person that is blessed with relationship.
That's good. That's good. That's good. So now we have a premiere coming up, right?
Oh,
yes.
Yeah,
so tell us a bit, just briefly, what we're gonna see and what we're gonna expect. So just offload it.
I have a new show. The title of the play is Cheers to the 35th.
Yeah.
It's a play I wrote sometime this year, and it's me just thinking about us having some conversations that we usually would not have, but there are conversations we should have.
Yeah.
And like I said, this play particularly is a play that is discussing generational gap. Okay. What our parents consider to be the standard, what this younger generation consider to be the standard. Now let's look at them. Which of them is actually the standard? Okay. What our parents said or what we know? again, times have changed, seasons have passed, all of those things. But it's an amazing show. It has music, it has quality acting, it has amazing stage scenery.
Okay.
It has great actors on it.
Okay, so we're looking forward to it.
Yes.
Okay,
yes,
so let's
yes.
just do something very
Okay.
relaxed. This is the time. This is the time. So let's just do. You're a chanter, yeah. So just give us just 1, 2.
Okay.
Just 1 minute. Let me just.
So I will do this chant from. I had the performance last week. Was to welcome some people to Nigeria.
Okay.
It was a Marriott Ikeja here.
Just feel free. Relax.
Olùlẹ̀ aláwọ̀ dúdú o, bọ́pọ̀ gbóhùn erin, ó ṣàpòjì ọlọ́bẹ̀. Ilẹ̀ bàbá mi nígbà tó gbá tí ń ṣe baálẹ̀ àgbọ̀n mi. Òun ni kọ̀ǹkọ̀ tó ń tó kọ̀ǹkọ̀ tí ń ṣe baálẹ̀ odò. Olùlẹ̀ aláwọ̀ dúdú, ọ̀kan gbòógì láàrin ẹ̀ẹ́dẹ́gbẹ̀ta igi o. Ẹ kú lé o, ẹ káàbọ̀ sórílẹ̀-èdè bàbá mi. Ẹ kú lé làǹkárá lé o, ẹ káàbọ̀ làǹkérọ̀nà, ẹ káàbọ̀ sórílẹ̀-èdè bàbá mi. Then from there I moved to, okay, so this is a very popular one. Let me just do this quickly.
Okay.
So it is, okay, so the CEO of the company is from Abeokuta. So then I did, ẹ jẹ́ mú yín lọ sórílẹ̀, okay, ẹ káàbọ̀ sórílẹ̀-èdè bàbá mi. Ẹ jẹ́ mú yín lọ kí èèyàn kan pàtàkì o. Ẹ̀gbá ọmọ Lísàbí, ọmọ agbóngbò àkàlà, ọmọ erin jogún ọlá, ọmọ òṣìlẹ̀kùn palẹ̀kùndé, ọmọ àrídìí ògológun, bá tirẹ̀ láàròyìn ogun bára fágbẹ́. Kò sóhun tó ṣe Mẹ́kà tó kìí ṣe lẹ́gbàá aláké. Wọ́n gòkè àràfà Mẹ́kà, ẹ̀yin gòkè Olúmọ lẹ́gbàá aláké. Wọ́n momi sẹ́lísẹ́lì Mẹ́kà, ẹ̀yin momi odògùn lẹ́gbàá aláké. Ẹ̀gbá ara kéwàjò jọjọ lọ́fà kúkúdú jẹ ni. Ẹ̀yin lọ máa jógbẹ́rú mọ́mọ́ jógbẹ́ ẹ̀kan nítorí ẹrú ní sí ní ẹ̀kọ́ kìí sí ni. So let's end it there.
Yeah, that's enough. That's good.
Yeah,
That's good. So let's go on a short break.
Okay.
We'll be right back. Very short.
Thank you.
So stay with us. We'll be right back, guys. Welcome back, guys. So let's do a 60 seconds game. So I'll just ask you 10 questions and just
Okay,
in and out, fast. So favorite couple celebrity?
Banky W and Adeswa.
Yes. So most outstanding day of your life?
The day I got my master's degree.
Okay. Football, basketball?
None of them, actually.
Okay. Favorite relaxation sports?
The beach. I love
Okay.
the beach.
Movies or novels?
Novels.
Okay. Favorite city?
Maybe Maldives. I've seen it in
Okay.
pictures.
Favorite food?
Oh, semo and vegetable.
Oh, that's good. So if you're giving $10,000 to stay in a well-furnished apartment with no internet at all, would you say yes?
I'll gladly stay.
That's good.
I'll gladly stay.
No problem. So it's been nice having you. Thank you so much for coming to the show.
Thank you. It's been fun in the studio
Yeah,
too. It's been
thank you.
fun.
Thank you. So guys, that's all we can take on this episode. See you next time. Bye for now.
Ayetoro community is a theocratic communist setting funded by a group of believers known as the Apostles in 1947. Ayetoro community in its heydays has the largest per capita income in the whole of West Africa. Initially, Ayetoro community was 15 to 20 kilometer landmass away from the sea. But as it stands now, more than 10 kilometers of the total landmass has gone into the sea. And this frequent surge is attributed to emission from multinational oil companies off the coasts of our land, not minding the environmental challenges and disasters.
This is a community established in one of the Nigeria base. A lot of people you see in the offshore were trained here, both mechanical engineer, electrical engineer, and nautical engineer were trained in this bush. Yes, this bush, I call this place bush. And this is the Shekhar Technical Workshop approved by the IWD, which is now Minister of Transport. IWD means the Inland Waterway Department. That is the colonial time.
This place is like small London. So, and our primary occupation here is fishing. You can see now, everything now has been eroded. Some of our fishermen, they have went to other places to find for their source of livelihood.
It's just a sudden that we have been experiencing sea encroachment coming every day by day. And since that time, we have been making effort to the federal government because we are law-abiding citizens. We believe that we cannot engage ourselves in a radical ways because we believe that by protesting, writing letters, federal government can come to our aid. By the videos, a lot of things we have been doing since we have expressing the sea church.
I'm shooting.
That area, that is the iconic worship center. Yeah, that wood. That is the iconic worship center. Over there, we have the community service center here, over there. Then at the same time, the major streets where other minor streets were linked to has been permanently submerged by the ocean surge.
I'm seriously worried. I'm worried because this recurrency surge is affecting us in virtually all human aspects of our life. Social life has been collapsed, economic-wise has been collapsed, health-wise, nothing to sing and dance home about. Even our religious activities, our life, religious life, has been collapsed totally. Because Ayeto community is a religious setting. The church moved here. We have not just come here to trade or to do other activities. The church is the community is the church. So every aspect of our life has been totally, damaged by this current, recurring sea surge happening in Ayeto. And over 20 years, we've been into this. People have lost, several properties worth millions. Buildings has collapsed. Over 500 to 600 to 700 buildings have been washed away. Our industrial power has been collapsed. Ayeto community is known to be a self-developed community on its own without any intervention of the federal government or the state government over the years. Yet we kept on going. If by now the ocean surge as a result of the oil exploration that is going on in our offshore is destroying our land. Up till now, we cannot see the hand of the government coming to help and to rescue us. It is so sad, and that's why I'm worried.
Tí ẹ bá wo gbogbo ibi ilé ló kún bẹ̀, gbogbo ilé yẹn ni òkun ti parẹ́ pátápátá. Bó dẹ̀ ṣe ń wó ilé yẹn ló ń wó gbogbo àwọn ohun àlùmọ́nì wa, àwọn ohun tí a ní ilé, ohun ẹrù wa, ìmí gan tó bá ń wo báyìí tí a bá tètè di samura àti gbà lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀ ó gbé gbogbo ẹ̀ lọ nìyẹn.
Fund the trip of those guys down here. Trip of those guys down here.
this thing is excruciating, it is extreme. In fact, every blessed day, people used to die because of the thinking that the community that was founded at their present has been eroded. So it is extreme, it is serious, it is harrowing.
My father's house happened to be the extreme house before the Atlantic Ocean. We lost it 2017. 2007, that was when we lost it. It's highly devastating. Even the one that belonged to my grandmother, we lost it. That was along primary school road. We lost it too. So I've been affected. I'm highly devastated. Now I'm a tenant in my hometown. Imagine how is it? Highly devastating. We need support of the entire world to save this community. Ayeto community is a community that must not go into extinction. It's a very serious situation.
So the community is divided into two, the up and the down. So the up is reserved for the male. Why do that? Because they want them to access the sea quickly because of the occupation they engage in. Then the downside is reserved for the female so that they can dry their fishes because the Atlantic breeze is, coming from the up. So that the smoke will not disturb the community from up. That was why they situated the downside for the women so that their kitchen can be downside. So you have Bale, Abejoye, Korodun Aneroye, Adedoyin, Alebiosun, Bishop, Arojolu. Then so after Arojolu you have the information house or the glass house as we used to call it.
So where's the glass house now?
It's gone already.
It's some months already.
That is where all the information regarding the Ayeto community, people come in just like you came now. All the information you buy your trip, what you are going to do, when you are going to, you go back, so it will be documented before you go into the community. That one was how it was done then. Then the city hall or civil center, there too, all of them are gone. After the city hall, you have Ojomo Street is gone too. So behind Ojomo, you have the church building, the church street and the church building. Is gone already.
And that church is very important.
Very important. That is where they situated that night of January 12, 1947. They situated when they came in. Now we have Akinjoye, we have Ajayi. Then in Ajayi Street, you have the first Ogeloyinbo Palace built with wood. So that one is gone too. We have the Olowojayi. Then after Olowojayi, you have the shoe making industry.
There used to be a
shoemaking industry. One of the industry, a small scale industry. Then behind the shoemaking industry, you have the clothing making industry too. So that one too is gone. So we have after Olowojayi, behind it is the shoemaking and the clothing making. We have Olowo Topa Oyinbo. We have Omogbenyiwa. Then after Omogbenyiwa, we have the carpentry workshop. So the carpentry workshop too is currently threatened. Half of it is gone into into the sea. And then you have Tobase. Then you have, after the Tobase street there, you have a mini supermarket. There's a mini supermarket there. So after the mini supermarket is where you have Oyetomi Street. So from the upside,
where's the mini supermarket?
This is just behind the what's it called?
But it's still there.
We can still find it there. So after the the mini supermarket, you have Oyetomi Street. So from the main side now, the main streets, Oyetomi Street is the only surviving street you can find up.
And it's been threatened.
It's threatened. In almost we only have just 2 buildings.
That is where my mother's father's house was situated, and it has been eroded.
Those are just 2 houses.
And your fear now is that this side, where the female side might be affected. So it's like everybody has moved to this side now.
Yes. So most of the male now, they are actually residing with their wives.
With their wives.
Their wives. So the Oyetomi is the only one that you see. Then from the downside where you have the
and this broad street is no longer
gone completely. It's gone completely. Where you can have the Broad Street, the beauty of the Broad Street now, it's around the Block Palace. That's where you can have the beauty of the Broad Street.
Okay.
How it looks like.
Tí ẹ bá wo ọ̀hún yẹn, church wa gangan the main church táwọn baba ńlá wa kọ́ ó ti wo àtúnkọ́ mi ó tún wo.
The church is where all the inhabitants of this land will gather to worship God, because that was the revelation our forefathers received. This place is a Christian utopian religious community for the service of God.
It has actually changed the landscape totally. Let me put it that way. Why do I say so? It's because when you look at the land mass, as at when our founding fathers came here, 1947, it is about 20 or 10, 15 kilometers to the shore. So people had to trek. I think Dr. Noge wrote a book about Ayato community. That the only challenges that the fishermen, because Ayato is known for fishing, the only challenges that they are having, it is the accessibility to the shore. Too. That is as at that time, and it's been a long time. So it has actually changed the landscape, and we are worried about it.
This is the community technical college. Here we are. Now you can see now these are debris has been ravaged by the sea surge. Now that place, that is the bakery that we are using before. This last month, the sea surge has ravaged this place and we've relocated to another place. So it is serious. That is the powerhouse generating plants. It has been affected, greatly affected by those sea surge. We also have dockyard over there where marine boats were built in the past. That place has been submerged as well. So nothing to write home about in the community again. All our social, cultural activities has gone. The secondary schools has been relocated for about 3 consecutive times now. Nothing again.
If urgent intervention is not coming any moment from now, the community will no longer in existence, because 2/3 of the community has gone already.
My fears is that if something reasonable, prompt action is not taken on the part of government to salvage this land, perhaps we might. We don't pray for such anyway. The community might go into institution. We don't want that, because Ayato community has helped the federal government, even the West Africa, in terms of marine, because when Ayato was having a technical school, the Ayato community has trained experts in marine engineering, in nautical engineering, and they are serving all the multinational companies that we can see in our offshore. Ayato community has built the largest fishing boat in the history of Nigeria and West Africa. It was built here by the local carpenter, and those people that even built those beauty boats, they were still alive. Check Fishing News International, is there.
If prompt and urgent action is not taken within, let me say, within the space of 2 months, where we stand here will no longer be. So, and that is why we are appealing to the federal government as a matter of urgency and exigency to please come to our rescue, so that Ayetoro is a historic community, so that it will not become a thing of history. That is our appealing. We are appealing to the Niger Delta Development Commission, NDDC, Dito Sopadek, Ondo State Oil Producing Area Development Commission, to please come to our rescue, so that this glorious community will not become a thing of history.
So we are begging the federal government, we are begging the international community, we are begging NDDC, we are begging all relevant agencies to please come to our aid.
Apá wa ò ká o,
kan jọ kan má jẹ́ kó kùn yìí kó gbé wa lọ gbogbo ilé ibi iṣẹ́ wa gbogbo ilé ìsìn tá ń pè chọ́ọ̀chì gbogbo ẹ̀ ló ti wó.
I'm now appealing to the state government, federal government, and the world to give what you call immediate action on this community. If you were here about 7 years, about 20 years back, if we tell you the extension of this place, you can't believe.
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
When you go into public office, you must be ready to answer to the people.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians say in this part of the world.
A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues.
Hello and welcome to the program. I'm Simisola Ajikun. I think the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, has said going forward, computer-generated slips voter or even download voter accreditation. According to the electoral umpire, this will not only save costs but also eliminate the issues around the collection of permanent voters' cards, PVCs, and what it describes as the diabolical practice of buying up the cards from voters in order to disenfranchise them. INEC Chairman Mahmood Yakubu, who said this at a meeting with resident electoral commissioners in Abuja, however, said those who already have PVCs can still use them to vote. Yakubu said from the internal and external engagements, the Commission has identified 142 recommendations dealing with the general state of preparedness, voter management, voter education and public communication, political parties and candidates management, as well as electoral operations and logistics management. He said other areas include election officials and personnel, partnership and collaboration, monitoring and supervision, election technology, voting and results management, election security, electoral offences, and the electoral legal framework. Well, let's unpack all of this. I'm now being joined by an election observer and executive director, Center for Social and Economic Rights, Nelson Ekujumi. Thank you for coming on the program. Let's start by getting your thoughts on INEC replacing, or INEC's plan now replacing PVCs with computer-generated slips for accreditation in polls beginning from. As an elector, is this a good proposal by the electoral body in terms of reducing costs of conducting elections and ease of the elections, conducting the elections itself?
I think this new proposal of computer-generated slip by INEC will go a long way in reducing the stress of PVC's collection, because it means that your PVC will be the computer-generated slip on election day. But I have this reservation, and that reservation is that how do we know those who have PVCs or not? It be that it will don't have a PVC, don't come to the polling station, or you should just come without your PVC and the computer-generated slip will be used as accreditation. Won't we be opening the window for people who don't have PVC to come to the election polling stations on election day to cause, mayhem, for them to come and claim, oh, I have PVC, but I didn't bring it since we are going to use computer-generated slip. These are some of the reservations I have with regards to this new initiative. But it's a good one because, one, the cost of logistics for PVC's collection will be eliminated. The cost of providing security for PVC collection will be eliminated. The cost of putting in place mechanism for PVC collection will also be eliminated. In that way, we'll be reducing the cost of organizing elections drastically. But majorly, it is important that we also look at it to ensure that only those who have PVC are eligible to turn up for election on election day. Maybe we'll have to make use with the provisions of the electoral law, whereby voters' registration will be placed at polling units maybe 24 or 48 hours before election, so that if your name is not there, there's no reason for you to come on election day, or if you don't have a PVC, because it is not unlikely that some persons may come into town in the wee hours of the day before election, and that person will not have been opportune to see what has been pasted there maybe 24 or 48 hours. But maybe the way those who have PVC or those who are captured on the electoral register turn up for these elections, it is important. But with regards to cost, I think it is a good step in the right direction.
And we already know how issues like this can turn out, especially in terms of, on the side of the opposition. Is there a possibility that this could lead to some sort of controversy, for instance, political parties and voters, as well as some politicians who might complain that people are approaching polling units with fake cards?
Well, you and I know for free that we have been using the permanent voters card called PVC now in about series of elections going backwards. And we have not had reports as we speak of persons coming with a fake PVC, because the PVC that a voter holds is configured. The details is configured into a BVAS machine now, which was formerly the card reader. So it is not unlikely that with this slip, with the attempt to do away with the PVC, that political parties might want to latch on to this and want to come and cause mayhem on election day. So we need to get our hearts very clear by making a clear demarcation on what you need to bring to the polling station. That look, your PVC is your passport into the arena, but your PVC will not be the document for accreditation. Rather, generators. I think in that way, it will go a long way whatever disturbance that political parties might want to create at polling stations, because it is not unlikely that they will be studying initiative and trying to figure out where they can profit, individually or as a party. But it is important for us as Nigerians to put our heads together with the electoral umpire to ensure that those lacuna that could be provided for political parties to take advantage of
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is hassle.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
Because when you go into public office, you must be ready to answer to the people.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts, and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians have said in this part of the world. A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues.
Even that we have a so-called disability, we really are able persons with different abilities.
For society to be included of persons with disabilities, we need to have equal access to education and to knowledge and information. Yet, out of millions of publications each year, fewer than 5% are made available in accessible formats for visually impaired persons. In developing countries, an even smaller percentage of publications are available in accessible formats. The Marrakesh Treaty, as it is called, will greatly expand the availability of and literary works in accessible forms, such as and audiobooks. This can make a real difference in the lives of the world's 300 million visually impaired persons.
At the end of the day, we must come together and make however and where we are in the world be a place of unification. Because me being blind visually doesn't mean that I have to be blind spiritually. Someone being sighted doesn't mean that they should be blind of those things in the world that we need to fix. We have to have vision. Let us not become handicapped again, blind to the issues and the problems we need.
to another program of 360 Sport. I'm Mudashir Shitu, and today will be another interesting moment on the show. As a period where you always want to know more about what's going on in the world of sport. And not just football, it's a lot of many sports. But today we are looking at one part of football that seems to be not so much knowledge about as regards to that. And we are looking at football intermediaries, the rules of intermediaries in Nigerian football. And having to join me on the show is Mr. Ayodele Thomas, who is a licensed FIFA agent. And beyond that, he is the former chairman for Football Intermediaries Association. And this he has done so well for himself when it comes to the show. Sir, it's good to have you on the show, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much for me. I can hear you clear, loud and clear.
Let's open a space in the world of football. Know so much about it. If you ask me, a lot of you would work with the players and all that, but there's always an intermediary, regardless of what football is all about in this part of our world. There's always an intermediary between a footballer, and a football club. Beyond a footballer and the football club, there are people in between them. Nigerians across the globe, mostly residing in Nigeria, don't know so much about what it takes for a player to move from one particular country or club to another. And that's the role of football intermediaries. And you are a former chairman of an association that does about intermediaries in the country. Tell us, what's the role of intermediaries in Nigerian football?
Okay, that's a very good question. And a lot of people do not understand the vital role intermediaries career of footballers. And if you look across the globe, you realize that all the superstars, talking about Messi, Ronaldo, and all of the top level, you've all heard of them sitting down with and negotiating on their own. It's usually an agent doing all the work for them. And this is the reason why you find that this role specifically for intermediaries, I'm going to go into 3 for you. So number 1 is the fact that as an agent, you're supposed to know the rules of the game in terms of the legal rules that governs football transfer. Not only that, you're supposed to have a good relationship. You're supposed to be a good relationship manager. So someone who has the guts and the power of the tongue to be able to negotiate. You have to be a good negotiator because, as you know, football is more or less like a trade between one person and the other, where each and every one of these people are trying for themselves. So as an intermediary, you are the go-between, you're the one in between that's going to fine-tune and ensure the client, which is the footballer, or sometimes your client could be the club, is able to get the best side of the stick. And this particular is why FIFA pays so much attention to the role of intermediary team of football as a whole.
Okay, what's what person or the intermediary seems to be like a very not so much popular person? I mean, is there so much secrecy? A lot of people don't know the agent, the footballer, the intermediary between a lot of footballers, great footballers. Why is it so? Why is that they're not always shown to the public? Why is it that they're always walking behind the scene? We only get to know some of them where there's a need for controversies or anything has happened. But in the normal business, like a lot of people don't know, or they're always behind the scene playing the public domain. Is there a rule that guys that?
Well, you know, we represent our clients. Our representation is not supposed to be taking place in public. So when I'm trying to move a player from one country to the other, You are not supposed to see me negotiate. Most times they are done either via phone or personal discussions. But the players are the ones that you see in public and you hear about in public. We are supposed to do our jobs quietly and on behalf of our clients. So you don't really get to see us unless there is an issue where it becomes a case. Let me use the case of Osimhen, for example. If Osimhen's deal with Napoli and Chelsea had gone on smoothly, you would not hear about the agent. But because there's a problem, and because an agent was involved in the negotiation that broke down, so this becomes an issue. Normally, 9 out of hear about because they've gone on smoothly, have moved to the clubs, and everything has happened and has gone well. So you only get to hear those controversies when there are controversies. Otherwise, we don't work in public. We work in a well-defined organization, and also we cannot be seen discussing about our players that we need to abide by.
Okay. So, but according to the rules, you tell us, because I'm sure our viewers will want to know this, how many persons or agent is expected to have the right to a player? There's times in the Nigerian Premier League where we have issues of an academy player holding on to a right of a player, and the club is to a player. But according to the rules and from your own experience, how many agents or how many persons has the right to a player?
That's a very good question, and unfortunately, I'll use the word again. FIFA agent as full representative of a player, and that is law. But everyone is an agent. As father is an agent, plays the wants to play an agent. Even the officials that are supposed to be controlling and in charge of football sometimes are playing the role of an agent. These are all illegal activities. A player is only allowed 2 things. 1, be represented by a licensed football agent. In this case, he represents himself. There's no law that says the player cannot represent himself. Any other person that is trying to represent the player does not fall under the FIFA jurisdiction. The FIFA statute does not cover such transfer. And if anything happens, such a player is not by FIFA laws. So for you to be called an agent, you must be licensed by FIFA, and a player or a club is only allowed. As a player, you cannot sign a dual representation with 2 agents. It's against the law. It is not accepted. 1 agent per time is the mandatory requirement for every player.
But this also worries a very young player, I mean, an academic player. Why is there so much lack of trust within that system, the intermediaries in Nigeria? Why is there so much of lack of trust from the person that found the player to the academic club, to the club in the Premier League? There's so much of lack of trust from what is in the public domain among intermediaries in Nigerian football.
Well, the issue of lack of trust is not really the issue here, because players, agents, duly licensed. Now, the problem actually arises out of greed. So it's not trust that's greed. You're only able to. Is going to be acting, call it okay, to be entitled to more from your agent, allowed to all of these, see multiple people.
Okay. You are the former. Tell us a bit about association does in the association.
Okay, we try to do as agents from the system. That's number 2. After bargaining comes our right, because a lot of times agents will have control. Labor union in Nigeria. This okay, we need to defend, need to fight for our men. Unfortunately,
okay,
there are people not strong agents who fight collectively, stop them from activities. So just the same thing that is happening now with the players' union. there are some people that player union to be united, because a united players union means that no club can hold a player. Look at what is 20 players next season. The players that have been let off, there are no sign of such clubs to ready, no union to fight for the players. And also, the people that are law are slacking. Because I see no reason you should owe a player 2 months' salary and still be allowed to register other players. But this is purely institutional issues that needs to be changed in Nigeria. People just don't want progress. We try to bring in the progress, set up the association, tried as much as possible to ensure that everything works seamlessly, but they are sure that everything works seamlessly, but there are football players.
Well said. Let's look at the association itself. How being affiliated with it as the status of footballers. What are the methods for it to really?
The association footballers, where they said we are now agents, no longer agents by different associations from 10% or more. Very strong. In Europe, try to do this fighting is due to sort of this institute, especially clubs. Just in the association, these players, not for not we hold, because can put down our foot and says players are being owed. Fine. Which club, for example, must start? People that member go to be as solid as one.
I think should be done to solidify this union. And to have a saying to some of this association page or of owing players' salaries and all, then is the right thing. What footsteps should be put forward first to ensure that possibility of what we dream of in Nigeria?
So, number one, FIFA has taken the first step, which is commendable. To be a football agent, you have to and pass. Just that alone has taken out more than half, if not more, of people who used to call themselves agent before. So now we have a streamlined agency in Nigeria. So the first thing is to make sure that only those who have the knowledge, FIFA rules, are first and foremost licensed as agents. That's number one. The second thing now, association, they understand that are actually partners in progress. And they must begin to think about setting up an agent department in the Nigerian Football Federation that will so that every player playing in Nigeria, those kind of dimension. So I could go directly to FIFA and they would take care of my problems. Or if I take care of my problems, or if I have agents department in the area of issues done. Now agent responsible come back again.
Question. I'm a
just to say now they're every directly to the players agent quack.
1 or 2 weeks, we're talking on something different, but into this the role of international Nigerian football. Our time next week, you have back to your past, just life in